stream on YouTube.
Okay.
And we're live on YouTube.
Awesome.
And we are live on TikTok.
TikTok.
They chucked our
Thing as usual.
thing back. TikTok is a terrible, terrible streaming platform. Just so many, like, such a lack of quality of life improvements. Like OBS is like made for streaming. TikTok, it feels like they just threw together a streaming app without actually testing like whether like how people actually stream.
Yeah, it's like
they looked at the interface of other streaming apps and went, okay, we'll do something like that.
Yeah.
How is it going? So for anybody watching the VOD on YouTube, TikTok Live Studio kind of sucks.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if TikTok gave creators their stream key yet.
Oh. I hope.
But yeah, so we don't really have any plan today.
Mm-hmm.
We're just gonna do whatever.
Yep. And if something interesting kind of comes up, we'll talk about it. But right now, I'm kind of just taking this head, and I'm putting it in a certain angle, and I'm like, oh, I'm just gonna draw it and see what comes up. I feel like this needs to be a little bit lower, but honestly, having those kind of head mannequins is so helpful.
It kind of feels a lot more like this. It kind of, like...
Yeah. Yeah.
It kind of felt more like
cute.
that to me.
Okay, that's cute.
Just looking at purely at the shapes,
Yeah.
At least the model that we built.
Mm-hmm.
Here you go.
Thank you.
How is everybody doing?
Yeah.
On this fine, fantastic day. Look at all the people coming by.
Mm-hmm. Say hi, chat.
Salem, hello. We are live on the YT and also on TikTok. So welcome. Say hi if you want.
Mm-hmm.
This is your chance to say hello.
Yep.
And we will say hello. I mean, we pretty much do it a lot of the time on stream, but
yeah.
Duff Pappy, what? 2015. Oh yeah, by the way, just wanted to let y'all know on the YT channel, it no longer shows your display names, it shows your @s. So a lot of our regulars have no idea who you are anymore because it shows a different name now.
That's true, it does.
Art Matrix, hello.
Hey.
Welcome.
Hello. You're not usually drawing this style, but it's kind of fun. Got me thinking how versatile style can be once you know the fundamentals.
I guess I'll ping the Discord server. They'll probably be mad if I don't because people will be like, I had no idea you guys were live.
Bro, turn on your notifs.
Yes.
We end up becoming their notif because sometimes TikTok doesn't notify them.
There we go.
But yeah, like if you guys have any art questions, feel free to ask, and we'll see if we talk about it today.
The brush you can find on the linky on our profile.
Yes, actually. Here you go.
You can just keep drawing if you want.
Yep.
It's on our profile.
Mm-hmm.
Cozy Art Times, yes. How do you guys feel about growing AI generative model as digital artist? It doesn't really...
It's a distraction.
It's a distraction. I like drawing because I like creating.
Mm-hmm.
And AI doesn't prevent me from being able to create and have fun and, enjoy the world. I wish it didn't exist, but honestly, I don't put a lot of time thinking.
Yeah.
I don't put a lot of time into thinking about it.
Hey, Octo.
Just because there's a lot of art to be made, and I don't like being distracted from things that I like.
Yeah.
By things that I don't like.
Yep. It's like, I think at this point, people are giving AI a lot of power in their minds, which prevents them to draw, and then it sucks their energy. So, yeah, that's why we don't really, talk about it, or we don't show much frustration. It's because, the opposite of love isn't actually hate, it's actually apathy. So, make with that what you will.
Is there any order we should learn fundamentals in?
That's a good question.
I mean, you just have to understand that when it comes to fundamentals, remember your kind of hierarchy of things, right? You've got the pyramid, I guess in this case, the Illuminati pyramid. And you've got shape, value, and color. So shape is the underlying driver of everything. If the shape isn't right, then you won't know what it is. So what drives shape? Light on dimension, right? When light hits an object, a dimensional object, it creates shapes.
Pyramid scheme, Dingy says, yep.
When light hits a form, it creates shapes. And this drives everything that we see. So I would recommend, if you're going to learn fundamentals, to probably start with these, just because they drive everything after it. You know, you get shape, and no matter what value, why is my thing different? Is this it? No. The heck?
I don't know.
Oh, I know.
What?
Stupid Photoshop crashed and deleted the brush that I imported.
Oh, that sucks.
So anyways, yeah, I would recommend these. Light hitting form is what creates shapes, and then there is value, and then there is color. And so that's a pretty good, you know, so, I mean, for layman's terms, you know.
Perspective. Is starting with silhouette okay, and then finding the 3D shapes from there? Yeah.
You have to be able to draw in 3D, but yes.
Yes.
The reason that a lot of professionals start with silhouette is because they have a really strong foundation, and they can turn it into something. Mm-hmm. But it's very hard for beginners to do that because you have to have really strong foundation. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I would recommend probably learning them in that.
Yeah, I think what Colton was just showing there is
What
is
cups
the
do you have
fundamentals.
today? Nothing. I don't even have a drink.
You don't even have a drink. I have this drink, which is just water in a tall glass.
Hello, Octo. Fox, thank you for sharing the live. Lady
thank
Amushi,
you.
thank you for sharing the live. Hello, Lau.
Hey, Lau. I think the hard part is with art is trying to find the entry point, because art really is a lot like rock climbing. Not that I've rock climbed before, but like concept of like trying to grasp for the easiest thing to like get a hold of, and then using that as a starting point is so important.
Yeah. Oh yeah, by the way, chat, guess what?
I know.
Look what
Came in the mail.
came in the mail. Huion.
Huey on tablet.
So, Huion reached out via email and offered to send us a tablet free of charge, and we're going to use it and review it. And we'll post the video on our YouTube channel.
Yeah, that's gonna be fun.
So yeah, we got this in the mail today. We just picked it up earlier. Haven't really used one of those before.
Yeah, we've only
it's gonna
ever
be fun.
used Wacom
Yippee.
or Wacom.
Yes, I have. We've only used like iPad and like Wacom. I'm not much of an explorer when it comes to brands, so
Yeah. I mean, for us, we usually go with what works, you know, so.
yes. Apple, hello.
Hey.
So how's everybody doing today? Yeah, I never really got into art to make amazing art. Like, you want to make good art, but for me, that's not really the point, right? It's like, I think about art kind of like going to the gym. You go to the gym to get strong, but more importantly, you go to the gym to be healthy. Like, if I wanted to lift weights, heavy weights, I would use a tractor or a forklift.
Like, yeah.
And that's, you know, like the AI thing. It's like, if I wanted to make an amazing illustration, I would just hire a really good artist. Otherwise, I draw because I enjoy creating, and I feel like it allows me to experience the world on a deeper level. And it allows me to appreciate color and value and shape and storytelling. And that appreciation is the entire reason that I do art.
It's appreciation of life. Philosophical stuff.
I feel like, yeah, Christina and I were actually just talking. I feel like the AI issue, it actually just exposed a deeper issue, which is like, you know, a bunch of artists make art just for kind of popularity and what's the word, clout. And when you can't make art for clout anymore, you're depressed. But all of the artists who like really just draw for fun and, you know, just kind of appreciate the world, like many of them are unaffected. They aren't depressed. They're just like, dang, I can't wait to make art. Like our oil painting teacher, like he hasn't slowed down at all. He makes art all the time. Like my favorite digital artists, they all make a bunch of art. Like they're like, dang, got to get better, got to work hard.
Yeah. And I also feel like, you know, there's also an argument of, oh, well, you know, but like, what if I want to get into a job or career in art and AI is taking that away? You know, then I feel like that's another kind of issue where it's like, it's a skill issue.
Yeah. Most of the complaints that I see are people who are depressed because of AI.
Yeah.
It's like AI doesn't take away your ability to enjoy the world and create art.
Is this an OC? No, it's a rando. It's a random girl.
It's a rando, so I guess yes.
I guess yeah. I mean, it is an original character, but it's not like a character that I'm like regularly draw. It's just I just came up with it.
But I of course expect industries to change, you know, because of generative AI, and it is kind of scary for artists who make art as a living. But at the same time, it's like, you know, separate your brain from making art for a living and making art because you enjoy creating and expressing, you know, yourself creatively. Because like before you know it, it's already won. Like it's already caused you to be depressed and quit and stumble. And so it's like this bad, you know, this bad cycle.
Yeah.
Crap. Now I got to import this brush again. Hold up. So like.
Dingy says, am I one of your favorite digital artists? And a heart, yes. Christina, can you talk about the highlight shapes you made in the hair? Absolutely. Very, very simple, actually. And it actually comes with the concept of not drawing the highlights, but rather creating the shapes just with, like, tone. So I'm already pretty lucky that I have a brush that already has a dynamic shape to it. So the way how I like to render hair is I use large brush strokes on the top and the bottom.
There we go.
And because this is already a very interesting brush, it has already an interesting shape built into it. So that makes it easier. But what I do is I will like shade the top. And therefore that creates a very interesting shape. And then I'll shade the bottom. And that creates a very interesting shape. So it's like just creating this effect just using two brush strokes with a really cool brush helps with the highlights. But of course, you would have to know how to render, which is like understanding how to render ribbons, and hair is ribbons. So it makes it easier to render in this way. Actually, Colton likes to render in this way too, and I took inspiration from that.
What way?
Just like, boom.
Oh yeah.
Boom.
I just put like two values.
Yeah, just two values or two brush strokes, and yeah.
Yeah.
The hair is so good. I always end up overthinking and adding way too many lines when I draw. Absolutely, that is a very common problem. And the reason is because you could be trying to think about hair as strands rather than clumps. So like most people think of hair like this. And they also think the more detailed, the better. But that's not necessarily the case. I would say there's a lot of ways you can add detail without drawing a bunch of lines. Absolutely, this is totally fine to do, especially if you're hatching and stuff and you're like, and you want to depict certain things. But like when you don't really know what else to do, that's when it becomes problematic. So like generally, you want to view hair in terms of like value. So like light versus dark, and then you can use whatever skill that you want or whatever tool that you want to express that. Whether that's in overlaps, like this, you know, automatically that shows form. So adding overlaps like this show form, which means you don't have to add a lot of lines. You can just add an overlap. Oh, and then you can add a little cast shadow on the hair strand like this.
Yesterday's color lesson was peak.
It was peak.
It was absolutely peak.
Absolutely.
Rod Gone, hello.
Hey. Hello. We were actually going to ask you if you wanted to come and collaborate or something.
Yeah, do you want to do an interview on our YouTube channel? We're going to be starting those up soon. we could chat and hang out and talk about art and inspire people and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I would be honored. We would be honored. The honor is all ours.
Yeah.
That would be awesome.
That'd be so fun.
Yeah, let's hook up in the DMs maybe sometime after Thanksgiving or something.
Yeah.
We already got our streaming set up for interviews and stuff. Cool to have people to talk about art with. Sweet. I'm super happy to hear that. Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
It is a lot of fun. Oh, I'm so excited.
Yeah. That's going to be fun.
Weekly art talk. Oh, weekly, huh? That sounds
fun. Ooh, that's fun.
Okay.
Hey, maybe we could turn it into a thing.
Yeah.
That'd be fun.
Good morning or afternoon or evening.
Yeah. Hope you're doing good. Are you going to be streaming over the coming week? Do you stream every day? I don't really know actually stream schedule. Are you just doing a Oh, look at this. Not BH Gamer. Thank you for the 4-month Jake tier.
Wow, thank you.
I stream like 6 hours a day. Oh, nice.
Oh, that's sick.
Like every day. That's crazy. Yeah, we streamed like, I don't know, 5.5 hours yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Oh, look at that circle.
Ooh, okay.
I was actually just going to explain a little bit on how to render hair, but I can kind of do that in a little bit.
That'd be a lot of fun. I'll,
I spread it out over different sessions to let people all over join in.
Oh. So you, do you only stream on TikTok or?
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, do you like do like in the morning, lunch, and then evening kind of vibe?
Mm-hmm. I'm very interested. I don't know any other people who stream at all.
I know, especially art as well.
Or art as well. Like I don't know anything. It's all been kind of just like TikTok and sometimes on Instagram. I didn't even know you could stream on Instagram.
I was wondering about that. We could grow Instagram that way too.
Yeah. Ooh.
Oh.
I hope you don't mind if we I don't know, interrogate you sometime. Cause no, we have no idea what we're doing.
Yeah.
We need to make a cool group, but YouTube pays the most for streaming. Okay.
Huh.
We are on TikTok and YouTube right now. Ooh, yeah, that's interesting. Make a cool group. That would be super fun.
That would be really fun.
Oh man, I asked some of my old.
Talking about that.
Yes, I just asked my old classmate yesterday, Elliot. Oh, he's so good. Elliot DeVries. Oh, he took a mentorship with James Peck, and made some really nice stuff. And he came by the stream yesterday, and I'm just like, "You want to come on for an interview?"
Yeah.
Sketch teachers unite. Woo! Yes. Although he doesn't teach, he does concept art, but.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, that'd be so cool.
Yeah, if you want to send a DM or
we can send a DM.
Or we can send a DM. I don't know what you.
Whatever you
DM on or whatever. Have you ever used Clip Studio? Christina has.
I have. I loved it. I used Clip Studio before I used Photoshop. You can do a lot with Clip Studio, and it works very similarly to Photoshop, but Photoshop has better photo manipulation and stuff, so I switched there. But yeah, it's great. I would just try it out.
Awesome. I don't even have my phone.
Where is your phone?
I don't know. I left it somewhere.
Well,
thank you for the follow as well. Yeah. Oh my gosh. We were just talking about how we need to make friends. Christina and I literally said, let's get t-shirts made that just says, if you're a content creator, talk to me. And we were going to go like walk around the mall and we need friends. Like we need people who are like also teachers and also make content and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Bro, I just realized I drew a fisheye grid.
Oh yeah.
I was going to explain how to render hair, but I wanted to talk about it in a more systematic way.
Apple Pencil Pro, yes.
Yes, Apple Pencil Pro.
That's what this is.
Mm-hmm.
Where do I go to learn Photoshop? Oh,
probably YouTube.
I mean, just YouTube, honestly.
There's so much like tutorials on Photoshop on YouTube and stuff like, and yeah.
Yeah. That's fun.
That is really fun.
I need to go find my phone. Excited. And I need to get like myself an Alani. We need an Alani sponsorship.
Yeah, we do need a Alani sponsorship at this point because you drink so much Alani, Colton.
Yes, I need to get a drink. And find my phone.
Yeah. So I think in the meantime, I'll talk about this while the idea is still fresh. So if you want to render hair like this, and you want it to look nice and juicy and actually look like hair, then this is what I think about. So anything that wraps around a head wraps around a sphere. So this is what you start with. You start with a circle. But you just don't start with the circle because a circle is 2-dimensional. You then turn it into something 3-dimensional. So this happens, this is basically, imagine a wireframe. And all you have to do is pull out strands and have it wrap around that sphere. So I'm going to take this wireframe and move it over. In fact, it's probably easier if I just do this. I'm just going to erase all this and just copy paste. So think about this. This is the core of hair rendering, because rendering problems are drawing problems, and for some reason this isn't duplicating the way that I want it to. Okay.
I'm having the peach today.
Ooh, the peach. Okay. So then what you do is you have this frame in mind, and all you have to do is just start separating out the ribbons of the hair. And I don't think of hair like strands where it's all individual. And it's, in fact, I think of them like ribbons or as groups. Or
Artemis,
like
hello.
leaves. Hey, Artemis.
It's been a little while. How's your stuff going?
Yeah, how's your stuff going?
Lettuce leaf.
Lettuce. Grass. So yeah, Colton got his phone, so I didn't know what you needed for.
I was gonna DM.
Oh, okay. So I also think ribbons are three-dimensional forms. They're basically like pieces of paper, but like they're just flatter, right? They don't have that much thickness. But when it's grouped together, hair becomes thicker because it's a bunch of thin strips layered together.
Oh, that's gonna be fun.
Yeah, I know.
We've talked to
We've
artists
talked about
before,
it.
but we haven't really talked to many content creator artists.
Yeah.
Like we interviewed Tyler Edlin in the past, not us, but I did.
You did,
with
yeah.
Burin.
Yep.
Alex Negrea, but he's not really a content creator.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be fun.
Yeah.
Draw your husband hair from time to time. Yes.
Yeah.
I would love for Christina to draw my hair.
I would. Yeah. I would slay at it. Hair relies on shape, design rather than anatomy.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. I don't really know what you mean by anatomy, because the anatomy of hair is just a bunch of strips. But you have to design them in a way that looks good, and also make sure it wraps around the form. So what I'm doing here is I'm pulling out the strand and turning them into like leaves, but I'm designing them as well. So I'm thinking, okay, it's going to the center. This sprouts from the center, it comes out and rolls over the sphere. So that's why it looks curved, right? When people draw hair, they don't think about this, and then that's why their hair looks stiff. Is because they don't think about how it's wrapping over the form. So you basically just draw a bunch of leaves wrapping over, right, and layering it.
How have y'all been? We've been pretty good.
Yeah, we have.
Yeah. By the way, guys, did a really, really sick stream yesterday all about color theory. So you can go to our stream from yesterday if you're interested in that. We talked a lot about color temperature, light and dark, shapes, forms.
Oh, I love that.
We broke down some art. Here's Yuming Lee's work. Did some still lifes on stream. Christina and I both did a still life. Talked a lot about that, color theory, the color wheel. So if you're interested in that, you can go to our YT channel and check it out. It's just yesterday's live stream. It's called something like, I don't remember, color theory or something. But yes, and it was a long stream, and it was really good.
We did a lot of like little demos like this too. So and I accidentally made a Pinterest.
Oh yeah, Christina reinvented Pinterest on her Procreate canvas.
I still love that so much. It literally looks like Pinterest. Like I can scroll. I'd be like, oh, I want to save that pin. Yeah, but
do we have a schedule?
Yeah.
Yes, yes, kinda. We generally stream 4 or 5 times a week at around 4 or 5 p.m. Pacific. But today, I don't know, we just kind of randomly streamed. It's pretty much always in the afternoon just because we kind of sleep until 1 p.m. a lot of the time, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And then we work.
Yeah.
Can't grasp the concept of drawing hair.
So,
ribbons.
Yeah, ribbons. Plants. Think of plants. Like when you draw leaves or when you draw like a grass patch, they all come from somewhere, right? There's a stem and then there's leaves coming out. So essentially what this does, what hair does, especially anime style hair, is they would come up. Now I'm drawing more of a plant because it's kind of fun to draw plants, but they would come up and then they would fold over to the other side, just like this. You know, cowlicks are perfect for that. You will see a bottom and a top side. Bottom and a top side.
Yeah. This is very like Will Weston-esque.
It is. It is very Will Weston-y.
I love that.
Yeah.
Dang, I want to, maybe next year we'll take one of Will Weston's live classes again.
Yeah.
So good.
I love that. And then you can twist it all around. Sprouts up from the center, and then comes out, and then droops down. Yeah. So that's what hair is doing. That's what I'm doing right here, but just in a much more subtle form for anime style hair, right? And then what you would do is you would take that and shade it. But you would basically also have to shade it like a sphere, because this is wrapping around a sphere. So like I want you to imagine.
Weird.
Let me see here.
Bye-bye, Artemis. We'll see you in a little bit.
I keep not doing
collab between us and Scott Sava. Who's that? What's that?
The Thug Shake.
The Thug Shake.
What's that?
The Thug Shake.
The Thug Shake.
I don't know what that is.
Y'all remember that video, right?
Rowan, do the Thug Shake.
The what?
The Thug Shake.
The Thug Shake.
What's that?
And then, okay, so let's say you have a sphere and you want to light it. So once again, you're not thinking about rendering the individual strands of the hair. You're thinking about rendering a sphere. And you're thinking about each of these as if they were going over a sphere. So when you light a sphere, you will generally have a shadow that looks like this. I'm doing it from the top. So the light comes from the top, and then you'll see the shadow wrap around the sphere in this direction. If you have a light coming from behind, you know, your shadow will look like this. Kind of like a moon, right? Like a crescent moon or whatever. If it's coming from the side, or like the top right, looks like that. So I'm deciding that my hair is gonna be lit from the top. And so my sphere will look like this. And all I do is I translate that concept onto the hair. So I will color under this, and I'll show you. And then another thing about hair is that they're also rendered like ribbons. So it's like a mixture between ribbons and spheres. So let me just put this in here. Whoops.
Kevin would like this one. Printing out your FYP in case there's ever an emergency.
Oh my gosh.
That's wild.
Funny. The comment, that is hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Let me just select all this and fill it in because I'm taking too long.
That's funny. That's funny stuff. Yeah. Yes. Well, we hooked up with Rodgon.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll do an interview, a hangout sometime.
That sounds so much fun. Like so much fun.
Someone says, I don't know what a pentagon is, though.
So, the pentagon, that's funny. What app are you drawing on? This is Procreate. Sorry, my brain is weird.
Procreate.
Will the stream be uploaded? Yes, it's already on YouTube.
Yeah, you can go over there and watch it right now.
Mm-hmm. So the thing about ribbons is that they go into a point, at least for hair. So then there's going to be like a bit of a vacuum, like no light is going to come through that. It's kind of like a occlusion shadow because it's so tight in there. The light can't go through it. So that's why you see a bit of a shadow coming from the center or just from the point of sprouting. And then you'll see a ring. This is the ring of your highlight. That's why the highlight on our hair is more in a circular motion. And then the rest falls into shadow. So it literally is a sphere. And then once you think about this, then you can start designing your light and your darks. So that means, oh, if I want my lights to be more zigzaggy, I'm still following the same concept. I'm just changing the shape. But the logic is still there.
Yeah. For some reason, it logged us out of our account in OBS, so I can't actually chat on YouTube chat.
Oh.
Oh, well, whatever. Watching you guys do an interview and not be able to brain rot. You mean me or you? I wouldn't be able to brain rot. That would be rude. I'd be so tempted to open TikTok. I'd be like, nah. Well, that's why we stream from here, because you can't browse TikTok while streaming on TikTok on the phone. So we just stream from the computer. Mm-hmm. Would love to see y'all interview Rodgon. That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
He seems really cool.
I would love to interview his art philosophy and stuff, how he thinks about art. Because I like that. I mean, you've done a lot of interviews in the past, Colton, where you're like, okay, so how did you get into art and blah, blah, blah. But I feel like, while that's good and all, it can be kind of repetitive. But I think that the philosophy of art and all that stuff is really interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah. Bye, Dahlia.
Bye, Dahlia.
So yeah. Once again, you can't get to this point without drawing it.
Why is she the only one drawing? I can't draw. I don't have hands. It's amazing. Just found your channel. Awesome.
Oh, awesome.
Welcome.
Did we pop up on your FYP or something?
This is YouTube.
On your homepage?
On your
FY page? I don't know.
Yeah,
For you
for
page.
YouTube.
For you. Yeah.
Yeah, that's really fun. I don't have hands scratch his face. I don't know what you're talking about. Thanks for the heart, by the way.
Thank you.
Love you, Salem.
Yeah, we also stream it on YouTube as well. Love your art style. Thank you. I will also be the one to say that I didn't necessarily create this art style. It just came to me. So, but we'll talk about that probably. It was
sent down as a gift.
Yes.
From the teachers that we've had.
Yes, exactly. My style comes a lot from the teachers that I've had. So like Will Weston inspired this a lot. So like this is like what very Will Weston. His diagrams are very Will Weston. So I've taken a lot of inspiration from that. I've taken an inspiration of Colton for rendering this hairstyle. So there's that too.
And I took inspiration from doing weapon design for Guild Wars because that's how you render every single sword.
Yeah.
It's like, it's crazy, right? Like you get like all this kind of hand-me-down knowledge. I did a lot of like stylized metal rendering back in the day for some projects that I was on.
That's so funny. It's like a derivative of a derivative, but in a good way, like not necessarily in a bad way. Let's see. Can you show how to simplify feminine poses? So feminine poses, and I love drawing women, so this is a perfect question to ask me. So feminine poses relies a lot on grace. So that means flowiness, cutesy. You know, think about your vibe, right? Do you want elegant? Do you want cutesy? Do you want cool girl? So like think about their vibes. Like, is this, a clean girl who's graceful?
Have a good one, Artemis.
Bye.
Not Artemis, Artinum.
Artinium? Oh, that's Mary.
Yeah.
Is this girl tough? So like think about the personality, and then your pose will you basically just have to make sure the pose feels like any of these vibes. So if I want to do something very feminine, let's say graceful or something, whatever. Feminine and cutesy, for example, I will do graceful and cutesy. I know that for me, like I've done a lot of cutesy poses, and you have a general visual library for the vibes. So like cutesy poses will have very kind of childish vibes. So like look at like Japanese idols. Those are like cutesy to me. So like, hands that are open, hands that are like showing excitement, legs bending, leg up, one leg down. That feels cutesy to me. You'll see another one where it's like, oh, their legs, some of them are close together, and then it splits apart. Like, that's cutesy. It just makes them feel very demure, right? And if I want to do something that's graceful, graceful tends to be a bit more mature, has a lot of S curves. Most female feminine poses have a lot of S curves, but like you'll see that maybe their poses are a little bit more tame.
Poppin'.
Oh, they're maybe a little bit more tame, right? So like you can have something like this. It's not super like kiddish, but it has grace. So if you want to mix the two together, you basically take elements of these two and mix them together in whatever way you want. So like if I want someone that's graceful, but also like young, like a goddess who's, I don't know, also looks very cutesy, like maybe I'll have the leg come out, but maybe her arms are not like this, but maybe more like this. Right, that feels cutesy and graceful at the same time. Does that make sense? So like, notice I'm not really even talking about like, oh, the anatomy, or oh, the, I don't know, like, oh, how to construct a pose from the ground up.
It's like, poses are not about the anatomy, it's about the shapes.
Yeah.
It's like the shape and the gesture.
Mm-hmm. Combining that to create a specific vibe. He's so nicely bald.
Yeah.
I agree.
Pretty recently shaved, honestly. It's like a little bit
Freshly bald.
kind of sandpapery, but You know, within the last 2 days.
Where am I?
Delectably.
Where are you exactly?
I don't. Huh?
Are you new to the stream? If so, we teach art, and we just kind of do whatever, you know.
Look at this hand that Ketsu did.
Wait, that's his hand?
Yeah, it looks like it was a study.
Way.
1 hour hand rendering practice.
Okay.
Yeah, look at this.
We gotta show chat. This is one of our students' studies that they did.
Yeah, this is wild.
Let's see it.
Yeah. So we have a student. Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness.
Let's
I'm, like,
hold up. I'll grab some of his work from
I think he's such a star student in our program.
Draw Anime Academy. There we go. So he's on our look at this. All right. This is wild.
This is the most insane improvements I've ever seen.
Okay. So when we first got Ketsu as a student,
how many years ago was that, by the way?
a couple years ago. I don't know how many years ago. Maybe like 3. This was his before work. And then he just posted this study that took him an hour yesterday.
I am so speechless every time.
Yeah. So like, oops. And then this was like a progress shot of his a while back. So he basically went from this to this, and then this took him an hour.
That's pretty
That's
good.
That's pretty stinking good.
I feel like back then that would have taken him days. But now it took him an hour.
This is good. Nice wrapping, grouping.
I'm so proud.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
Oh my gosh.
Nice shape language. Dang, he's been working real hard.
Mm-hmm.
Can't stop bragging about him. He actually just came to our stream yesterday and said hi. We told him, we were like, we brag about you, and he's like, yeah, it's pretty insane progress.
It is very insane progress.
That's what happens when you just grind out the fundamentals all the time.
Yeah. And you don't pay attention to other things in life.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wow, that's wild. I can't
believe how much of a jump his improvement and it's only within like a few years. That's kind of intense. That's really insane. He's done his practice.
Maybe we should interview him and just be like, let's show him.
Yeah.
That would be a wild interview. He's a very interesting fellow.
Yeah.
I would love that.
We could ask him about his practice schedule.
He probably wouldn't even do an interview. He'd be like, "Oh, I got a lot of practice to do."
No, I feel like he'd want to. He's mentioned before he'd like to chat. Loved his work. What software does he use? Probably uses Photoshop or Clip Studio.
I don't know.
The software doesn't really matter.
Some sort of digital, probably either Photoshop or Clip Studio. If it would be my guess. He has a PC that he built, so it wouldn't be Procreate.
Are your classes online? Yes, they are.
Yes.
You can find them here on this website, drawanime.com. This is our program, Anime Art School, where we teach the fundamentals of art.
Yes.
Especially for those who want to go for more of like a manhwa or manga style, but also, you know.
Yep. If you really want to learn those pesky, stinky fundamentals that you've been putting off, this is your sign. And we also actually have a 25% off sale going right now for Black Friday, wherever the heck. So using code Friday25.
Maybe we should have another index card.
Let's make it so they can actually see it. There we go. Yeah, you can go to the linky on our profile. 25% off, the first 25% off sale ever.
Yep.
Ibis Paint? Nope. I haven't used it. But yeah. Do you look at other artists' style and try to recreate it in your style? Not really. Horikoshi is one of my favorite artists. I'd like to see your take. I don't tend to try to create other artists' work in my style. If I'm looking at another artist, I'm probably looking at what makes their work look like it does and kind of study their style.
Yeah. Like sometimes I'll even like just take a piece of a specific part of their artwork and just study that. You're trying that pose, aren't you?
Yeah.
Fun drawing hands. Hands are kind of like flowers in a way.
Very delicate hands.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question about dynamic poses. Isn't it basically necessary to avoid shoulders being parallel? I'm not sure. What do you mean? Yeah, shoulders parallel to what?
Yeah.
You mean like one up, one down? Like you can do that. I don't know what you mean in a pose not being parallel to what?
Because like when you say parallel, you're saying parallel in relationship to what? Like the hips?
Funky song, bro.
Mm-hmm.
To the hips?
Well,
I mean, you could definitely have a very dynamic pose with no contrapposto.
yeah. How about you draw one? Because I'm kind of having a hard time. I'm so used to drawing contrapposto that it would go against my my training. But I mean, I could try.
Like you could. I mean, for example, like, you know, you could have a pose that's like someone bending forward like that, and you know the legs could be
coming
out like that.
That's right.
And then you could have maybe the head looking over.
Yeah, so this is what he's drawing because he's not sharing his screen.
And the lines maybe could come over like that.
Yeah, that's right. Like as long as there's movement, like is like what direction is the pose going to, then it feels dynamic. But yeah, I guess you don't have to have your shoulders be parallel, or you can have shoulders and your hips parallel.
It's just a tool.
Yeah, it is just a tool.
You could have the perspective of the shot, like maybe in reality the pose has parallel, like here, this is what right? Maybe in reality this is parallel with this, right? But in the perspective it could be like this, right? Like if this is a box in perspective, technically this side and this side would be parallel, but because they're being foreshortened, they're not parallel visually. So like from the front, this would look like this, right? Which is parallel. So you can use perspective to create this kind of contrapposto look if you want. But like shoulders, hips, let's just put the hips right about there. And you could do something like that. You know, you could have maybe like the perspective going sort of like this.
Ooh, that's cool.
Or you could have like the head like that if you want. With the arms coming out. Those are parallel, you know, and you got a relatively consistent like gesture through this. You know, something that's relatively interesting.
That's cool. Okay, sitting poses. Let's go. Colton is drawing with a tablet.
You know, maybe something along the
He
lines of
definitely
that.
Draw with a mouse. It'll just look a little bit different.
Yeah, you know, and
Oh, thank you, Pearly.
like if you wanted
Pearl.
to come out and detail this out, whatever you want it to be, I don't know. You'd be looking down at the top, so you see the clavicle, you'd see that kind of shoulder girdle. You'd get the deltoid. You might get some bulges in there. Pecs.
How would you go about studying an art style? Because I take so little notes. Colton actually did a video on that, or I did a stream on that, which you can probably pull up that demo sometime. Wow. That's a nice looking pose.
I don't know. I don't really have a reference. I'm just drawing it from imagination, so it's a little weird.
It's not that weird. It actually looks pretty accurate.
You know,
I
or
can imagine that.
it could be easy to.
Ooh, there we go.
You could do, you know, like that, or like, what is that loop? The dad slipper.
The dad slipper, yeah.
Let's go.
Let's go.
You know, like there's so many ways
Yeah.
that you could approach this, but there's no change in angle between the pelvis and the shoulders, but you can still have a dynamic pose because it's being, you know, foreshortened. There's a clear direction to the bend. Like if I were to, and I could even just try this, right? What if I just had no bend at all, like this? Could we still do it? Yeah. For the most part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys are the first to make me want to draw bodies. Oh, that's great.
Yeah. So this one could come out forward if we wanted. It could go backwards if we wanted. This one, let's say it comes out forward. Sartorius. Yeah, you could do it with these being parallel.
I wonder if I master the box method, will I be able to draw from any perspective like this?
I mean, that's kind of everybody's dream, right? Is to be able to draw any pose they want from imagination amazingly. I'm certainly not anywhere near there, but
You can get pretty close.
like, I don't think it's so much about boxes as it is understanding the volumes that make up a human in 3D. There's a lot of ways that you can, right? You could make a can. Ooh, wait.
It's a bent can.
Did y'all see that guy that makes like the bent can art? It's like, oh, it's so
It's
cool.
so cool.
He does
should sell
like,
them. Did he make an Alani one?
he was like
Or the
making monster ones, right? It was like that.
How did he do that?
So cool, dude.
It was really cool.
That's sick. Absolutely sick.
Now that's
and
how
then this
you
would be
market your art.
like y'all see those? Those are super cool. I'd never be able to do that, dude.
Me neither.
I draw it, but I would never be able to make it. But anyways, and then he made like these others, like the rotated boxes. Like he's got the can.
And they're just a Rubik's cube, like rotating.
Yeah,
different
and he's
sections.
got like
He's like, oh well, I
How
don't
the heck?
like this. Yeah, it's like just
This
draw a Rubik's
pokes
cube
out.
rotated. Yeah.
this pokes out. And then it was like his can. Like he literally made a soda pop can
How did he do that?
look like that.
Have you guys done composition live streams before?
A little bit here
A little
and there.
bit, yeah.
Yeah, he crunched a can to look like this. It was crazy. He did 3. There's like a whole community around can art or something like that. I didn't even know it.
Wow.
But anyways,
The more you know.
yeah, the more you know. Peck.
What's his name? I don't know what his name is.
I don't know. It was some TikTok that I saw. He'd made like can art. But yeah, there you go. I mean, this guy could even be sitting on a on a wall or something, right? Maybe not that long. Maybe it would be like a little bit shorter. His knee would probably be here. And this knee maybe there. And there's that foot. Hold up.
Dad slipper.
Dad slipper with the little loop that goes there. And then this one would be at a different angle. Dad slipper.
I thought it was like,
It kind of looked like that in side view, right?
yeah.
And then the loop is like this.
Yeah. That's right. It's true.
I think so. I don't remember exactly. It's a good breakdown for feet. It really helps get you in the right direction. You know, and you can always add anatomy onto this, like calf,
Now that's satisfying.
soleus.
Cat.
You
Not
can-
quad.
You can simplify the knee into like a box. this box would kind of be coming towards you. But anyways, there's a pose that has no contrapposto, but it's still relatively dynamic. I hope. That was the plan, at least.
I live. Yeah, by the way, YouTube, for some reason, kind of went a little bit weird, so we could only see your, like, actual usernames, not your display names.
Yeah.
Wow. You dream sitting on a bench.
Or a toilet.
Or a toilet. Or a toilet.
I mean, this isn't a toilet, but, like, you could,
Skippy
you know.
toilet still a thing? Or is that an old meme now?
That's old, bro.
That's old now. Nobody likes that.
I have no idea if it is or not.
I feel like 6'7" is the new Skibbity toilet.
Yeah, it kind of is.
Have you ever animated? Nope.
No, I haven't animated before. I would like to. I have a couple friends who animate. Keanu Reeves pose? Yeah.
Is that Keanu? Oh. Wait,
I don't
that's a
remember.
cool looking
I don't
character.
remember what Keanu Reeves looked like. Something like this, you know.
What's that from?
Is there like a picture of him on a bench? Although I think he's more like, he's got his feet on the ground, and I think his arms are kind of more in like.
Oh, that's a nice.
Like that.
Wait, take a picture of that.
Of this?
Yeah, that.
Or that?
No, that.
Bro, he has his 4 arms. You want me to send that to you?
Yeah, because I would put Ray in that pose.
Do it. Keanu Reeves?
Ray.
Keanu Reeves? All right.
funny.
Christina's character's name is Ray. Hold
Yeah.
up. I got to send this to her because she wants it. There we
Yeah.
go. I'll just send it to you on Discord.
Thank you. That's so funny. How to make a character design. Have a purpose to your design.
You know? There you go.
Oh,
now
that's
it's
fun.
raining.
I do animating pretty tough, honestly, but there's tweening, which is easier than frame by frame. I never tried tweening
There
before.
you go.
Oh, that's nice. That's a mood.
Funny. Yeah. Anyways, I kind of went off the rails with that demo, but yeah, you can absolutely create a dynamic pose without using contrapposto. Think about contrapposto, which, by the way, for anybody who doesn't know, is the opposing angles of the rib cage and pelvis.
That's the perfect definition for
So contrapposto is when you have them at different angles, right? And so maybe you could have a leg like this and a leg, I don't know,
that. Like that.
like this. Right? And it generally creates really solid poses because this is how people naturally stand.
Hey, Elijah.
That's how
welcome.
people naturally stand, all right? Like, you generally will have, in like a common standing pose, a lot of the time one leg will hold most of the weight, and so that will be the side that's up. And so someone was just asking, like, do you have to do that? Think of it as a tool in your tool bag. Not every project you work on, not every drawing you do is going to require all of your tools, right? We can go, I'm going to have this.
Oh, a screwdriver.
Yeah, like a flathead.
Lots of flathead.
And we can have...
How long does your Black Friday discount last for?
like this. Till the end of Monday next week. It lasts just through Cyber Monday. So you'll have some time to save up. Right? You've got one of these thingies.
Ooh, Art by Jamie says, about to start the Anime Academy course. Can't wait. Oh, awesome.
Oh, awesome.
Hammer.
Right? There we go.
Cute.
You got one of these. You've got, say...
A mallet? So, like, what's the difference between that and a hammer? Hammer's
It is
just
bigger hammer.
Bigger hammer?
Bigger hammer, more blunt damage.
Oh, okay.
Large objects fall apart faster. Right? You've got... I don't even know.
Pliers.
Yes.
Yeah, I know some tools. Bro, when I was working on our character design for Victor, I had to draw alligator pliers, and those were probably one of the hardest things I ever drew. Those are cool, though, alligator pliers.
Right? That is the weirdest pliers I've ever seen, bro. It looks more like a
Toothbrushes.
stethoscope.
It kind of does look like a stethoscope.
But anyways, you've got all these tools, right? This one is contrapposto.
CP.
Yeah, we'll just do CP, right? Not every project is going to require a hammer. So just understand that, like, it's a good tool. It's a good tool. Toothbrushes, yeah. Literally. What the heck does a toothbrush look like?
Do you guys think usually grayscale is a good technique for shading and coloring? You know, we were just talking about that yesterday, actually. We talked about color theory and grayscale, I believe. We'll probably talk about that if we feel like it.
Heck do toothbrushes look like? There's like a really cheap toothbrush. How about that?
Colin does a lot of still lifes in our anime art school with grayscale, and then he turns it into color. That's definitely one way that you can transition from gray to color. And you just got to make sure that if you are starting from grayscale to color, you got to make sure that the integrity stays the same in color. If that makes sense.
I wasn't listening. I was drawing tools.
Oh.
Y'all, by the way, doing stuff like this is a really, really good way to build visual library. Just like draw crap, like even stuff that you're not really interested in, you start like learning the forms and sizes of things. Visual library is like your brain's library of what things look like. It's kind of like your drawing version of your vocabulary. Mm-hmm. So just draw a bunch of stuff. Like even if you're not interested in it, draw cans, bottles, cups, pens, pencils.
About this cup?
Not only will you get better at drawing, you'll just kind of like learn more about like the forms that make up the world. What's up?
This cup is slanted.
Oh yeah, this
it's
cup
a
is a very gammy cup.
Greetings from Colombia. Hello. Do you prefer underpainting? You know,
not necessarily. Sometimes.
I don't know. I don't usually do a lot of underpainting, like digitally. Like traditionally, I'll do like a value sketch underneath.
Yeah,
and then paint on top.
You can like. Do I prefer it? Not usually. I don't usually start with it.
When do you guys go live? We go live like 4 or 5 times a week.
Yeah. Do you sell courses? Yes,
Absolutely,
we have some classes online.
Mm-hmm.
We have an entire school that teaches you like all the stuff that I was drawing right there. I teach you like dimensional drawing.
Mm-hmm. Have painting classes, so
yes.
you can.
And you can go to this linky, or you can go to the linky on our profile.
And
don't
the code.
Don't Google that. You just put it into your browser, and it is 25% off. Anime Art School is officially 25% off right now.
Mm-hmm. The code is
for
Friday
Black
25.
Friday.
Mm-hmm.
And so take a screenshot of that if you're interested.
Mm-hmm. And then you can show your still lifes that you do.
I didn't underpaint for this. I started just with kind of like a 2-value sketch, and then I filled it in with color. Like then I started thinking about like cool and warm and stuff like that, and then I don't know, finished it off. Like this definitely could have had an underpainting though. Mm-hmm. I would say if this was done, actually, maybe I did underpaint.
You kind of put a little bit of like a tint to it.
Yeah, a little bit of a tint. Like I could have gone a lot more orange with this, and I guess that would be considered like an underpainting, if you will.
Yeah. I think for some people, underpainting just like means either like a toned painting, or they use the color underneath for the painting, like above it. I don't know.
I definitely use a process.
Mm-hmm.
Like, absolutely process. But generally, I don't really think about underpainting all that much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we use Coolerus.
Coolerus? Oh, I
so
love
good.
Coolerus.
It's so good. If you have Photoshop, use Coolerus.
Do you want to know the most useful thing in the history of mankind, more than the combustion engine, more than clean water or bread, is this little button right here. Luminosity walk. Luminosity walk. Luminosity lock. This is literally more goated than garlic bread. All right, I'll show you what it does, right? So if I change the color, look at where, like this thing right here, it stays in the same spot, right? If I click this, look at that. It moves because it keeps it the same value. So, for example, if I make a paint stroke, right? If I turn it off and I make a paint stroke, and then I change the color to say green and I make a paint stroke, if I turn it black and white, these are different values, right? But if I did the same thing, let's take this color again, and I turn this on and I turn it green, look where it brings my green. And then I press this, same value. So it allows you to it allows you a lot easier way of value grouping. It's literally the most goated button ever.
But look how intense the colors are now just because they're the same value.
Look at that. That'll break your brain.
Like, your brain is like literally zapped
It-
just by seeing that. I like my.
yeah.
It's like it vibrates. You know?
It basically allows you to create simultaneous contrast of color with very little effort. Because if you were to do this like manually, right? Like if I were to have like, I don't know, blue, and I were to do this manually, and I turn that off, and I take my color and I go to like, I don't know, like, you know, whatever, orange, I would have to go, I kind of think it's like that. And then I'd check. And it's like, yeah, I'm pretty close, but I had to think about it. This allows you to like not
steps.
think.
Oh, we have a few questions. If I buy the course, do I keep it or is it submission based? Is it the same as Udemy or what is this?
Huh, what?
If I buy the course, do I keep it or is
you keep it. It's a one-time payment. You get it forever. And any future updates or anything to it, you also get, because we just upload new lessons and stuff, and it's like automatically just shows up in your library.
Yep. Is this the same as Udemy or what is this?
It's very similar to the concept, except this is a bunch of classes. Our anime art school is not one class. It's like a whole bunch of classes. We've got like a 12-week figure drawing class, a 14-week costume drawing class, a 14-week dimensional drawing class.
Heads and faces class.
Painting backgrounds. All like this painting right here is literally a still life that I did as part of my painting class, and I go through this entire thing live, step by step, in real time. Every decision that I make, every color decision, and this is one of 2 still lifes that I did. Actually, 3. I did 3 still lifes. This was one of them, and this is like week, I don't know, 8 or 7 of my painting class.
But yeah, our anime art school is also different from Udemy, our Udemy classes, because we made it like a college alternative.
Oh yeah, it's like built like a college. Coolerist, yes. So this isn't an app. This is a Photoshop plugin, and it's called Coolerist. So you know, plugins, window, the heck is it? Extensions, Coolerist. There it is. You have to purchase it. It's like $20. See, like this is the thing. Procreate is so inexpensive. This single plugin costs like almost twice as much as just Procreate, the entire program. But if you do art for a living or you do art a lot, it's a good plugin.
It's a very good plugin. I use it all the time.
Yeah, but
So, like,
you don't need it.
Yeah.
Oh, Coolerist is so cool. Look what you can do. Look at this. I don't even know what this does.
That's like a different modes, I guess.
Yeah, look at this. You can
Gamut
create
masks.
gamut masks, and it locks your colors. So if you want to like paint limited palettes, I literally should take like a sponsorship from Coolerist. I sell so hard on this program. It's the best. Look at this. You can make it lighter, darker.
We should have an affiliate.
And so you just click that, and look, now I can only color sample from within here. It's literally a gamut tool. So if you want limited palettes. Oh.
Well, I think you should also describe like what's so good about the simultaneous contrast, because like some people will be like, well, I don't like, what's the point of having the luminosity tool? Like,
Simultaneous contrast allows you to create more effective value groups. And so, for example, this entire painting of the sphere has only 2 values, just the background and this foreground. But I've separated them with color. So it's just...
It's a very tasteful way to organize art.
It is. It's a tasteful way to organize values, which is lightness and darkness. It's just, an expansion of what you can do.
So good.
Do it a lot in like painting and stuff. Get this ugly colors out of here, bro.
It's not ugly. What are you talking about? I thought you said no color was ugly.
Those colors are ugly. I've managed to find a combination of colors that is not aesthetically pleasing. Okay.
Like, it's Barney.
Yeah. There you go.
But yeah. Honestly, worth it.
It is green and purple, isn't it? It is Barney. Never mind.
Well, Barney is like magenta, purple, and green. It's Photoshop. You can draw in Photoshop apps. I thought it was maybe Clip Studio Paint.
I don't know if there's you could look up if there's a Coolerist plugin.
I hope there's a Coolerist plugin for Clip Studio, because I wish there was a Coolerist plugin for Procreate, because it's just that good. But yeah.
Are there any alternative to Coolerist for CSP? If it doesn't look like CSP has a Coolerist.
That sucks.
I just care about the luminosity lock, and
Yeah.
Photoshop's color wheel is atrocious. Like if I bring up color, right? This, like literally this, right? This is you, This is the color wheel she tells you not to worry about. Like, for real. We've got...
all these modes.
Look at this. This one automatically finds the complement. You can turn it on. You can turn it off. So, like, let's say we're yellow. We turn this, hit this button. It gives you the complement down here. Or you can do, like, triadic. So it'll be, like, it'll show you that. You can do quadratic. Quadratic? Quad. I don't remember. I don't use these almost at all. You can... I don't use that either. You can change it from triangle to square. Let's go. A lot of people like using this. You can flip the colors. It's just the best program ever made. And it has gorgeous HSV sliders, by the way. Like, this is literally the most mid thing ever. Get out of here.
It's very, the HSV is very clear and colorist. It's like very like easy to see and use. And
you can just have black and white sliders, CMYK sliders, HSV, which most people use, RGB. You could be an RGB gamer while drawing. Anyways, I'm done with that. Yeah, it looks like only Photoshop has colorist, but most programs have better color wheels than Photoshop. Like, look at Christina's. This is on the iPad. This is in Procreate, right? She can change it to that. That's basically colorist. She's got a gorgeous HSV. So Photoshop just kind of sucks. So they made colorist, and it has like more functionality than most other programs. It's like Blender, right? Like, is it as good as 3ds Max? No. But the plugins, bro. The plugins.
3ds Max is hard to use. So I prefer Blender anyways.
There are so many good plugins. Your lines taper so smoothly. How do you guys calibrate pen pressure across devices and brushes? Just draw a lot, honestly. There's literally nothing special.
Yeah.
Nothing special at all.
Drawing will kind of naturally increase your stabilization.
It's Abby.
It is Abby.
Yeah.
Coleman's character, Abby.
So in Photoshop, I've got 10% smoothing on, and I just draw. Like, I have an Intuos large right here, right in front of me, right? This big guy right here. I got it just for the stream. I usually use a medium, but my wrist started cramping because I have to draw in a small area. And just draw a lot. You can do like different exercises, like draw a line, dot the top, dot the bottom, put a dot, and just like practice S curves right through this. I'm not that good at drawing on this thing. I usually don't use one of these. I use a Cintiq most of the time, right? You can do the circle. You do a circle. That's a horrible circle. Like a circle, and then you go straight to straight, wrap over, back to straight. That's bad. Straight, wrap over, straight, straight, wrap over, straight. You don't have to go to the opposite side. That's another exercise. There's another exercise, which is like this one. Dot, 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 curve it over. Ooh. Dot, curve it over. Try to hit the dot, curve it over. Or you can do like a smoother curve like this. That's another fun exercise that you can practice. And you do this enough, you'll just start to get more like, you know, more used to drawing in Photoshop or drawing on the iPad or whatever. Here's another one. You can draw two lines. Straight, wrap over, straight. See, that first one was kind of bad. Here we go.
Do you believe that drawing relieves stress?
For some people.
For some people. For others, it induces stress.
It depends on what you've programmed your brain to feel when you draw. Mm-hmm. It's like when I'm sleeping, thunder is like super comforting and it helps me get to sleep. But I cannot say the same for our cats.
Yeah.
That's kind of how drawing is for some people. You know, I cannot say the same for the kitties. You know, you can try it like that. There's just a bunch of line exercises that you can do. But there's no special brush settings at all. It's just like, this is like the default basic round in Photoshop. Abby, yes, it is Abby.
What brush did you use in Photoshop? This same brush right here. You can get it on our website or on our link in bio.
Pookie Abby? Yeah, for real. It's funny.
And so you can, yeah, you can look it up there. Does a display tablet brand matter, or does any work? I'm struggling to pick a display tablet.
I mean, as far as I know, any work. We're going to be reviewing the Huion Canvas 16 soon. So if you're looking for a drawing tablet, we're going to be reviewing one of these soon. Huion sent us a tablet in the mail.
Yeah.
And so we're going to be reviewing it. This is the 16-inch. We haven't opened it yet because we still need to film like the unboxing and crap, but excited.
Can you draw physically, not digital? I am drawing physically.
Yeah. Physically.
If you mean traditionally, yes, we can draw traditionally.
Yeah, we haven't busted out the Huion though. What are you drawing? Abby. Wait, she was drawing Abby.
I was drawing Abby, and then I was going to draw Torso.
Hey, Tira.
Hey, Tira.
Do you guys think there will be a 10-hour stream for Thanksgiving? Not on Thanksgiving.
No, not on Thanksgiving.
But maybe.
Maybe for Thanksgiving.
What the heck? Maybe, you know what we should do? We'll stream almost every day next week, and maybe we'll do like another character design challenge and do it on like Friday or something.
You mean like, okay, like a little challenge art show kind of thing?
Yeah.
That's not a bad idea.
More challenges. Yeah, more challenges would be fun. Do y'all want to do a challenge next week? Like a 10-hour long live stream with a challenge on Friday. What would the theme of the challenge be? Fall? Like a fall type character or something?
Yeah, fall type character perhaps, or fall. Should it be more like an illustration, or should it be a character design?
Yeah.
I think character designs are always fun. We could have them make characters out of drinks, like fall drinks.
Yeah. Fall theme. Maybe just some sort of like fall themed character or something. What did we do the first time? Coffee Mafia?
Coffee Mafia, yeah.
That's good stuff. That's fun. I didn't get to participate in the last one. You want to participate in the new one?
Have you painted any dense forest scenes, Colton?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've painted a couple. I might even have a couple of them on my art station. Let me look.
Oh, yeah, and can you show that one demo that you did for analyzing style, the one with all that list?
Dense forest scenes. Wait, what?
Can you show that demo where you analyzed the style and had that long list of what you look for as well?
Did I save that?
I don't know if you saved it.
This was like the last relatively dense forest scene. It's not like a dark shot. It's, you know, medium key or so. It's kind of got like a, maybe it's a little bit low key. Yeah, something like that. If I wanted this to feel more dense, I would just add more. Actually, let me do this. I would just add more of this sort of thing back here, right? If you want it to feel more dense, just make it a bit more dense.
Add less white space or sky space?
Yeah, less sky space. You know, you can go
how long would y'all say it takes to learn anatomy?
A lifetime.
A lifetime.
But you don't need anatomy very much in order to draw people very well. To learn all anatomy, impossible.
Yeah.
It's too complicated. To learn enough anatomy to paint good-looking people, not very long,
Nearly as
honestly.
long. I think if you got some decent drawing experience, it will take a lot shorter than if you had no drawing experience whatsoever. Like if you take an analytical anatomy class, for example, like that's usually like 6 weeks long, and you do the homework, like that'll help you to learn it, but you also got to draw like after the class and do a bunch of practice and studying. So like for me, I took an analytical anatomy class, and I also had to just do a bunch of extra drawings on the side for years, and then you get more comfortable with it. The reason why we don't really say a specific like time period is because it's not really an expectation. Like we don't want that to be like, oh well, they say I could learn it in a year, but it's been a year and I haven't learned anything like that. We don't necessarily do it like that, or talk about time like that, because it depends on your skill level.
You can learn anatomy decent enough to draw decent people in pretty short period of time if you're pretty dedicated.
Mm-hmm.
You know, maybe you could do something like this if you wanted it to be more dense.
People are like, whoa.
You just add more noise and texture and density, right? So if I want this to be a really dense forest scene, you can add a lot. Like there's a lot you can do. This was actually another demo, I think, or just like something I did live on like a Discord call, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it was something that you did live on a Discord call. Casually making masterpieces while teaching.
Like that, you know. So not as dense, much more dense. It actually looks better. Funny enough, I've actually gotten a lot better since I made this at environment art. So
now you actually prefer this.
Yeah, it actually looks better now. Like it's different than it was, but I prefer this a lot more.
I think you become more bold.
Bold and brash.
How's he so fast with it? Because he paints with large strokes.
I focus on the big things. I focus on the things that matter, right? Like if I wanted to just go like this, I just focus on like, you know, maybe one of the things that matters the most, and then we get our little smudge brush and big shapes, big important shapes. And I've done this for a long time. I did background art professionally for years. So time is money when you're doing that.
Totally not jealous. Colton will be the first to say that he is talentless.
Y'all have no idea, bro.
I don't think he's talentless, but he always claims, you know, like when he started drawing, he just did not know anything at all. He was like completely. It takes him a long time to get certain concepts.
Yeah.
But I don't think he gives himself enough credit. Bro, just acting like it's a normal day at the office. It kind of is for him. Actually.
It kind of is.
Like, he does environment art as casually as I draw figures.
Yeah, I've really been trying to practice figures and get better at them.
Mm-hmm. Bob Ross, but bald.
Bald Ross.
Bald Ross? I don't know. What are we talking about? Who are we talking about? We were talking about Colton.
You know, dense forest. I would most likely
add a bit of lighting on that.
Yeah.
It's actually kind of neat that you group the values on that a bit with the deer and stuff.
Yeah, if I were to, I would definitely probably change this now.
I wish I pursued art. I was never this good, but I wish I could have tried. You still can. You still can.
Bro, I know people, they're a lot better than me. They didn't start till they were in their 30s.
This is Colton's art. He's just doing paint over of his old art.
Yeah, I'm just painting over my own artwork from last year. I'm like, dang, like, if I were to do this.
When you did concept art, did you have to draw environments a lot then?
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That was mainly what I did. I did environment and prop concept art. Funny enough, I did actually mostly props. And then I did a lot of environments later on.
Thank you for reminding me to speak up a little bit because I was speaking away from the mic.
Oh, nice. Thanks, chat.
Yeah, thanks, chat. I tend to look at Colton when I talk to him, so then my voice goes away from the mic.
You know, we could put some nice silhouette in here.
I mostly only draw people, but should I start backgrounds?
If you want.
If you want.
I mean, I think backgrounds add a lot to people.
Mm-hmm. And people add a lot to backgrounds.
Yeah.
How do I get better at environments?
Well, I would say like draw from life a lot.
Colton, show that one piece that you did with that kind of looked like Sparth's work, that little study, if you have it.
Sure. I'm locked in.
Yeah, no problem.
What? Huh?
That one, the red land.
Oh.
With the white.
I'll get back to you on that.
Okay. We'll show you.
There's a bunch of files. Artist breakdown lesson. Nope.
Oh, but actually keep that.
Okay, I'll keep that one up, bro. We've done some bangers of streams lately.
Mm-hmm.
For Anatomy Mondays, color demos 3. No, it's not 3. It's probably like 6, isn't it?
Probably. Are you in a flow state? He is, and I just interrupted his flow state. If you can't find it, that's fine.
I don't know where the heck it went.
Bro, and
so many
There's
lessons
just a
from
lot.
lately. Here, we'll
Yeah.
show your thing while I look for it.
I'm not drawing anything special. Anatomy is necessary if you're trying to go comic-y type of art, right? I mean, if you are
about as necessary as any other style of art.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you're gonna do like DC type comic style, then they do have a lot of defined muscles, but not all the muscles. They kind of go through like the main muscle groups. Like, for instance, I did a demo here.
Here it is.
Awesome. So like a lot of time, the comic artist will learn this stuff, just the main muscle groups, and then they'll just define it like crazy for the specific story or character. But that's all they do. And you can take a screenshot of this. But yeah. Anyways, you can go back to you.
Yeah, if you want to learn environment art, I would focus on these things. We did a stream recently.
Oh, it's not there.
Well, come on. There you go. It was on YouTube, but it wasn't on TikTok. All right. If you want to do backgrounds and environment art, I would focus on these things right here. This was from a stream that we did recently. We covered a lot of this stuff. Armatures, I would start with Edgar. I'm screwed. I'm just typing it. I don't want to write all that. See, I ain't writing all that, bro.
Yeah, comp of outdoor painting.
Edgar Payne's comp. Let's just go comp of outdoor painting. That's a book. I actually have it printed out and laminated right here. This talks a lot about armatures. This is from his book. And as you can see, the underlying graphical framework of an image is what holds it together. The subject specifically does not really matter that much. As long as there is structure, your brain will be able to understand it. And then, so that's one part. And then, you know, using different techniques to show depth, overlaps, squishing shapes, values getting lighter as they go into the distance, but they don't always, right? They don't always get lighter. Vanishing points, foreshortening, things get smaller as they go away. Value and color change. Checkerboarding and shape welding you can use to make things interesting. If you want to go check out this stream, it's on our YouTube channel. It's a VOD. And I did this demo during stream. And it started as just like this. I just did a quick sketch and I just kind of made like a graphical shape. And then I started painting over it a little bit and turned it into just like a really, you know, rough environment painting. And it utilizes those things that I have on the left there. So these ones do as well. But a lot of the time when I start painting, like, I just kind of make a large graphical statement. And then I take the lights and the darks and I start separating them, but keeping the lights lights and the darks darks. kind of creating additional groups inside of them. And then once you're here, it's actually really easy to add color. You just use some sort of logic. Like if there's some sort of logic, right? Like I've got really warm light coming in and hitting the ground. I've got coolness in the shadows from the blue sky. And then I've got even warmer light bouncing into the shadows. So you've got like warm, cool, you know, let's just say hot.
Or hot, yeah.
You know, warm, cool, and hot. And so I just use that logic to direct my color decisions. And this is like a desert shot, but it would be the same if it was any other kind of shot. If this was grass, it would still be warm, cool, hot. If this was snow, this would be like, you know, white. This would be super blue. And then this right here would probably also be pretty blue because white, you know, takes on the secondary lights. But anyways, yeah, we talked about this the other day. If you want to get into doing outdoor painting, if you want to get into doing backgrounds and landscapes, I would say like these things, very, very fundamental. There's also another book, Andrew Loomis's Creative Illustration. That's a really good book. Like, let's just go here.
Should I start drawing a background first, then a character?
It does not matter.
Doesn't matter.
Right. Loomis, Creative Illustration. Fantastic book. Talks a lot about this kind of stuff as well. But yeah. Where was that painting that I was working on?
That one?
Here it is. This is kind of fun.
I really like it.
I would fix the gesture of this tree, dude.
Well, I feel like now that you know a lot more about gesture, it's like, oh, you know exactly how to push the shapes and stuff. How do you recommend learning anatomy with the process? We teach anatomy in our anime art school, but what I would recommend is understanding your proportions. Remember, anatomy isn't the end goal. It's about how to draw a body, like a full body, and make it look like a human. Anatomy is one of the tools that you need, but it's not the most important. You would start by understanding proportions, like how tall is the figure? Where are the landmarks of the body? Like, where's the bottom of the rib cage? Where's the bottom of the pelvis? Where's the elbows at? Where's the hands at? And so that will help you with constructing the figure a lot easier. And then once you know the proportions, you can then, you know, gradually move to form, which is like, how do I fit the body? Like, now that I have the proportions and general gesture of the pose, then how do I break down the body into simple forms? Like, oh, people like to break down the body like a bean or a pillow or a flour sack, whichever it is. Those are all just different breakdowns of how you can simplify the body and not go into anatomy like right away. So that's what I would suggest. And then once you get to the form stage of figure drawing, we actually have a video on figure drawing and how to draw bodies on our YouTube channel. So you can check that out if you want immediate information. But I cover that process: proportions, form, and then anatomy. So notice that I say anatomy is last. Anatomy tends to be the thing that people focus on the most because it's the densest in terms of detail. And then that scares people because they're like, I can't do it. And then what they'll do is they'll start a drawing and then they'll immediately start with the anatomy without understanding the underlying foundation of bodies, right? And then that screws them over. So
that's so much better.
That is good.
I had to fix this design of the tree. It was terrible.
Just click the link and realize it's you guys. I got your manga drawing guide on Kindle.
Oh, nice.
Awesome. It's a really great book. Will there be a VOD? I struggle with paneling a lot. This is a VOD.
This is a VOD.
Oh, volume 2. Sorry.
Oh, volume 2.
We actually have volume 2.
We have volume 2. Yep. But it's not on Kindle. But we have a volume 2. Right now it's only paperback. But this doesn't talk about paneling. It talks about character design.
They're not seeing it, but you can subscribe. This one right here, it's also on Amazon.
It's Mickey. So she actually shows up in book 1, and now she's on the cover of book 2.
Yep. Yeah, no problem. I think, you know, ever since, like, I mean, you can screenshot this. This is literally what I've been talking about, which is proportion, volume, a little bit of volume, and then actually putting anatomy last. Anatomy is like learning names of people. Once again, you don't have to know all these names. So we learn the names because we teach it. And we can't really say, oh, here's your shoulder muscle, because we say the deltoid, because that's like its name. Like if I were to say, oh, these muscles right here, it's not specific enough. So that's why we say serratus anterior. We say it to teach, but you don't have to learn this. It's only useful for teachers. Anyways. But yeah, there's really not that many muscles on the torso. It's just
like 7 main ones.
Yeah,
almost.
there's just 7 main ones.
For artists.
Exactly, for artists. Obviously, if you want to go way deeper and go into a whole rabbit hole, there are anatomy books. But for the most part, most artists just have these. They just use this, and that's it. Here's like a simplification of the back. Here's a torso, front and back. This is actually based on a breakdown by John Asaro, and he had a thing called Planes of the Figure. And I basically just referenced the back view based off of his forms, and I think that this is really good too. So yeah. But we cover the back muscles as well in our anime art school. Yeah, this is the planes of the back, or the planes of the figure. Like, see, he doesn't even like cover anatomy. He covers just the basic forms of the body in general. Like, oh, here's a deltoid, here's a tricep, here's the bicep, but it's not defined. It's just planarized, and that's really all you need to know. Because once again, we're not drawing anatomy, we're drawing people and stories. Unless you want to be anatomy buff, right? Yeah, trust the basic, just the basic structure. Yeah, and like I think knowing this is good, right? Because it shows you how much you want to define the body. Like, okay, I want this person to be ripped. Well, I know the muscles, so I just need to push out certain details. Do you have a smoother one? No. No, we don't. I mean, what do you mean, like a smoother version of this?
That would defeat the purpose.
That would defeat the purpose, because
it would kind of defeat the purpose. Yeah.
You can smooth it on your own, like in your drawing. Like here is a more simplified torso with not as much anatomy, but it's a similar process. You know, here is even simpler, where I don't really add much. I kind of just think about it in terms of shapes, and then I turn them into forms. So there's a lot to cover when it comes to anatomy and stuff. But like, if you don't know how to draw, if you don't know how to start from this very simple basics like the proportions, it's very hard to do even more complex forms, right? Because everything is just forms on top of other forms. But yeah. How do you bend the body? It's like bending a piece of paper.
Yeah, you grab it and
you grab it and you
twist.
You twist. Yeah. Like, you can even just start with, stop thinking about how do I bend the body. Think about how do I bend a piece of paper, because that's easier. I think it's similar to like, how do I draw an eye? Well, an eye is a very complex form, and you already have like this preconceived image in your head about how to like draw eyes, right? So it's like you want to condense it even down further. How do I bend a piece of paper? Well, all I do is I just draw one sheet of paper like this. So it's a sheet of paper that looks like this, and I'm bending it forwards and backwards, whichever. So what would that look like? Okay, well, a body that's bending forward, or a piece of paper that's bending forward, looks like this. Something super simple. And then if I want to turn it into a body, well, now I got to think, okay, how do I turn these into boxes, or whatever form that you want? Okay, easy. Or easier, not as hard, right? Because body is a very loaded word, and that confuses your brain. So think in terms of compartments. And then, okay, now how do I turn this into a rib cage and a pelvis? Now this isn't like the perfect box drawing, so like I would have to like edit this and stuff, but that's essentially what I think about in terms of these steps. Like your brain already makes it hard enough to understand. You have to work it with your brain, right? Your brain cannot handle so much information at once. So you have to have a process that like helps your brain to like remember things for you. Because your brain wants to work with you, but you know, I think with human nature, we work against our brains. So yeah, here, I'm using this as a structure to then build my pelvis. And if I want to, or in my rib cage, and if I want to draw my pelvis, I use the box as kind of like a framework. Oh, simple to complex. And then you connect the forms, add the belly in. Right? And then this is where, you know, people get the bean, which is just another simplification just without doing this whole like rigmarole. Right? It's just this. And some people also use a pillow. Same thing. Still thinking in terms of volume, but it's more intuitive. And then for me personally, I like using the envelope, which, you know, is very similar to the pillow. It's just a little bit more like, I think, even simpler, because then you can morph it into whatever you want. So like this is all just showing the same thing. Love your drawings, thank you. We don't do specific like art style breakdowns.
Not usually.
No, not usually.
Mostly,
like
when we do it, it's not really manga styles too much.
Yeah.
It's more like.
And I feel like,
yeah,
if we were to break down styles, it wouldn't be in the typical way. Like, oh well, like yeah, like if I do like, oh, do a JoJo breakdown, which I'm not saying like I have a JoJo, like complete JoJo reference, but like something that I'll notice is they know the fundamentals of art. They know the head planes, right? They know, oh, the planes of the head. And so because they know the planes of the head, that's why they add these very particular lines on their faces. That's why they add, oh, definition on their noses, like the bridge of the nose. So like in order to get to that style, you would have to understand head planes, perspective, you know, drawing, foundation in general. Does that make sense? So that's why like when we go over styles, it's very complicated, right? So yeah. I mean, there's just so many different things that people do to create a specific style. The style is the paint on the house, not the actual like house itself or like the foundation of the house. But a good style comes from good foundation, which is, you know, what we teach. I'm not saying that this is JoJo style, but now I'm kind of just creating something just for the heck of it. You know, and if you want to experiment with like, oh, how do I do a DC style? It's the same thing. They know the foundation. They know the forms of the head. They know the forms of the body. They just know how to stylize it. And they kind of developed a style that looks pleasing. But yeah. I have the hardest time with the fundamentals, proportions, etc. I think when you if you want to learn the fundamentals, take a bunch of classes. There's a lot of fundamental classes that are available online. We have a fundamentals class. You know, you can find it here, which is our anime art school. This is great for people who like are intimidated with fundamentals, but they also want to have fun with it. So that's why we made it in also like an anime style-esque. So there's classes that are more realistic, and there's classes that are you know, more stylized. So we have a bit of both. And actually we have a 25% discount off right now. So the code is Friday25 at checkout. So just, you know, for FYI, for information, you can take a screenshot of this for later reference. This ends at like probably after Cyber Monday, I believe. But yeah, like we know how important fundamentals is to improving in art, because I've been there where I have drawn and drawn and drawn, but I never learned the fundamentals. I've always been an anime like style artist. And the person who brought me into fundamentals was Colton. And he's like, you have to know the fundamentals in order to have a good style, in order to improve at art. And I was always intimidated too. Like, I'm just like, how do I even start? Like, I don't even know what to do. Like, I just wing everything because that's all I can do. I'm too scared. And so what we try to do with our anime art school is we try to take that fear away. By giving you the exercises that you need, and also like explaining our every step. So that's why we have that program. And yeah, we have a good amount of students on our stream that are students from anime art school as well, and they've made a big progress. Like actually, Colton, if you want to show again Kevin's improvement, it's just so good.
If you want. Sorry, I'm
problem.
In the flow state.
Yeah, he is in the flow state. I think the file's on.
But yeah, where the heck is it?
I don't think you exited out of it.
I'm pretty sure I deleted it earlier.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. Well, I don't want everything clogging my page too much.
I see what you're saying.
I'd have to go.
Well, a lot of our testimonials are also on our webpage as well, on the website. Yeah. But I just think that
maybe we'll show it again later.
We'll show it again later. Either way, his improvement was like so good. But yeah, like I wasn't. if you would tell me like years and years ago in 2020 that I'd be able to do stuff like this, I would not believe you. I would not believe like even myself, because I just wasn't there yet, you know, and there was just so much other things to think about. But anyways, trying to find my art style before doing that, so I'll check it out. Yeah, like I think your style is always going to be your style. Like your style actually has always been with you, right? It's not about, yes, you can modify your style to look a certain way, but like I think you as an individual, as an artist, have always, you know, it's always been with you. You just need to know the fundamentals in order to bring it out, because you will always have your own choices. In fact, as you continue drawing, you're already making decisions that you personally like. Isn't that like it's just sometimes I think the more you try to find it, the harder it is, because you're focusing on the wrong things. The less you try to find it, it actually finds you. So like you don't have to try too hard to do it. In fact, people will say like, "Oh, I love your style," and I'll be like, "I didn't have to try for it, but I am definitely inspired by certain artists. I'm inspired by certain teachers, which creates, you know, the style as well. In fact, we have, you know, students that that literally draw along with us and draw our demos, and then their style ends up looking like ours. So everyone already has a style built into them because everybody's unique. You just have to have the fundamentals to bring it out. I think it's I am very passionate about this kind of topic because it's such a common topic for people to want to find their style, and everybody treats their style as something so like personal. But I think sometimes that can get in the way of actual improvement. I've definitely seen it happen where it's like people will be so fixated on like trying to be unique that they actually end up making styles that everyone else does, and they all end up making the same decisions, and then they still don't learn the fundamentals to actually make their stuff unique. So like if you want to have, I don't know, I don't have any artists up right now, but like if you want to look it up, you can look up like the artist Yuming Lee. Yuming Lee's colors and shapes and all that stuff is just so good, and it's just personally him.
The main difference between our books.
Oh, yep.
Book 1 is like the basics of anime. Yeah. You know, you learn how to draw heads, anatomy. You learn a process for figure drawing. Mm-hmm. You learn about some coloring and clothing, and it kind of covers a lot of stuff from like anatomy to gesture to posing to clothing. Mm-hmm. Book 2 is all about character design. So designing characters with unique looks, changing the shapes of their heads and their bodies, designing them within a theme. Mm-hmm. If you want to design characters and create your own OCs that are like interesting and unique, I would definitely say book 2 is like perfect for that.
Yeah, I love book 2 because we love creating characters.
If you're just getting started and you want to learn like the basics of drawing characters and poses and stuff, book 1 is pretty good. Mm-hmm. Personally, I like book 2 a lot better.
Me too. Book 2 also like showed a lot of improvement as well. And you know, you're always improving.
Super fun.
Yeah, it's just a really fun book.
It was so fun to make.
It was really fun. Like we were so passionate about like the story and the characters. We're like, we have to draw these scenes, we have to draw these expressions, we have to add so much. That's why I really love it. And I think it still holds up really well. But yeah, kind of just going back to style a little bit, like it's
style. Yeah. Style comes from who you learn from and what you're interested in, what you tend to draw. If you draw a lot of colorful environments, you're probably going to have a colorful style. Mm-hmm. If you tend to draw a lot of people, if you tend to draw a lot of animals, you see this a lot with furry artists. If you tend to draw a lot of animals, you will probably develop a style that's very flowy because animals are very flowy, right? You get better at what you practice, so your style is going to be directly influenced by what you practice and who you learn from. Mm-hmm. If you stay on this stream and learn from us, you're going to be influenced by it because
whether you like
we're
it or
going to
not.
Break down things in a certain way. Mm-hmm. And it's just going to add to that bucket of knowledge and experience you have. Mm-hmm. But foundation is going to make any style look good because it's just like the fundamentals of art.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, you could write a story, But if you don't know the fundamentals of writing and sentence structure and making things understandable, then it's like, you know, the story probably won't come across that well.
Yeah.
But everybody's got a path that they're going to take in art, and, you know, don't stress over stuff too much. It like doesn't really matter. Just if you're having fun drawing, you're winning. If you're having fun, focus on having fun first and foremost.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm just like messing with this
I think
forest shot still.
It's so good.
I've been messing with this a little bit more. I've been adding like,
dynamic composition effects.
Yeah.
Oh, I love the smoothness of that tree, the texture.
Yeah, this is what it was like, which is like a different vibe, right? I'm kind of just messing with it and changing it. I decided to add a little bit more emphasis on this. I don't really think I like that too much. And this, you know, can be, you know, could lighten that a little bit as well. This is a pretty dark piece, right? So the exposure of the camera would be pretty exposed to the darks. So these lights would most likely be quite blown out if I want to achieve a more realistic effect. And so we'd probably get this a bit more blown out. Like, you know, maybe not quite that much. Maybe something like that. I'm not really too exposed to this down here.
Very nice. And lo, I away from the depth of ancient lurker zone. Hello.
Hello.
I've been struggling with the gluteus. How do you make it look meaty?
It's kind of like a butterfly.
It is like a butterfly. Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of looks like a butterfly.
And you can think of it like cheese wheels, I guess.
Yeah, that's a really good breakdown.
Yeah.
You have the cylinder of the back, and it goes into the cylinders of the legs, and it kind of looks like a cheese wheel, like that. Like literally.
I thought it was like this.
Was it like that? Oh, did I draw it the wrong way?
A little bit, but I mean, like
it's
the
one.
concept is still the same. Yeah.
My bad.
Wait, opposite.
Opposite?
Flip it over again.
Again?
Yeah.
So I did it the right way.
No, like that.
You draw
Continue.
it. I don't care.
Okay.
My mind is in environment mode.
Yeah, it's fine.
So I'm not gonna keep correcting it over and over.
Yeah. Yeah, glutes are cheese wheels. Here's your legs.
Oh, you mean that way?
Yeah, that way. And then with the glutes, they kind of look like a butterfly as well. And this indentation is like just where your femur is, and all the other muscles connect to that point. So that's why it has that nice like structure. And there's also like a top and a bottom plane. There's like a top plane like this, and then a bottom plane. So think of it like, once again, another box. Let me do another drawing. So like you can separate this into a box that will make it automatically look meaty. And then you could separate the form and kind of just like make it feel nicer.
And it's all volume, right? This is all dimensional drawing. It's all dimensional drawing. So this all comes from the foundations of being able to draw in three-dimensional space, which is everything. All shapes are created from light interacting with form in the real world.
Yeah.
And any style, any anime, manga style is just emulating the real world, which is three-dimensional space interacting with light.
Look at that.
All the shapes that we see.
That same form, just more boxy, but it's like the same. Yeah, absolutely. Bye, Lau. Will this VOD be up anywhere? Yes, it is currently up on YouTube right now, Lilith.
Yeah.
I use Procreate. Do you think the platform matters? I see a lot of professionals use Adobe. Depends on... I mean, a lot of professionals also use Procreate, but I think with Adobe and Photoshop, it just depends on what they do. Like, if you're a concept artist, you would need Photoshop.
Yeah, but not all concept artists use Photoshop.
That's true too.
Like, I would say the Photoshop is generally the tool that people who do a lot of photo manipulation use.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, there's concept artists that work in Procreate. I don't know what they use in-house at places like Blizzard or whatever. But yeah, you can use whatever tool you want. If your work is good, you get hired as a concept artist. But if you're not trying to get hired,
use whatever you want.
Use whatever you want. If you are trying to get hired, use whatever you want.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of one of those
Yeah.
things.
Where can I buy the book? You can buy them on Amazon. Both books on Amazon. You can actually find them in this link right here, drawanime.com. We linked those books on that website. I use Procreate. I use Procreate for streams, and I use Photoshop like when I'm just drawing casually or back at my computer. And then Colton uses Photoshop as well. Oh,
Applejack?
Applejack?
Thank you for reminding me I had a Lonnie Applejack.
You can show your painting. I think it's very interesting looking.
Yeah, I'm just
so cool.
Working on a little thing here. I'm not a huge fan of this. I kind of like that mysterious look before the light was too blown out, so I might just reduce the amount of dappled lighting by a relatively large amount.
I feel like the rays give it like an ethereal vibe.
Yeah, I don't really know what vibe I'm going for at the moment. I do like some rays.
Yeah.
I think some rays are pretty good. I would want to fix the overlaps in this area.
Always overthinking what shape I should use for drawing a figure, so these streams have served a great example of the importance of gesture. Yeah, I think start with the shape that's easiest to break down, like
for you, yeah.
Yeah, for you.
Like, what is the easiest thing for you? And if you don't know, try everything, and then you'll know.
Just go in one direction. Try. Okay, you could say like, okay, this time I'm going to try. I don't exactly know what you mean by like shape to use for drawing a figure, because you can have a shape that encompasses the entire pose, and that will be a very different shape than if you want to start with the torso. So try different things. Do you have a community of some kind where you can get critiques and and insights on how to improve?
I mean, you're probably not going to find one of those anywhere without paying.
Yeah.
Because people's time is valuable. However, we do have critique channels in our Discord server, but just understand that it is completely out of the goodwill of others, whether they feel like critiquing or not. So if you submit something, you may or may not get a critique. And then if you do get a critique, it may or may not be from someone who's actually like a professional. So you can get around that by like paying for a mentorship or something, but otherwise it's like very, hit or miss. You don't really know. But we do have critique channels in our Discord server. So, if people want to do that, then they're more than free to. What I don't like is when people come in and ask for a critique and then get mad when nobody critiques their work for free after they contribute nothing.
Yeah, that's
like,
a pet peeve.
If you come in and you help other people, people will want to help you. You can come in and ask for a critique. It's just like, just be aware that like if you haven't contributed to other people in any way, like people may not want to contribute to you just because they're busy with their own lives and doing stuff.
Colton uses Photoshop.
Yeah, I'm just drawing in Photoshop right now. I'm just working over an old image of mine. This was my old image, which is kind of like a barren forest. And I've like made it denser just because we had a question on stream whether I drew dense forests or not. And I was like, yeah, wait, this isn't that dense.
You haven't done a forest scene.
Yeah.
When will the live mentor addition to the Anime Art School be available?
We've already run 2 terms of live classes for Anime Art School. You mean the Anime Art School Live?
Or do you mean like
if you buy Anime Art School and you want feedback on your assignments, you're more than welcome to take our mentorship and we can set something up. Like, because we both run mentorships as well, like with students, and I'm not at all against someone who's going through the school and critiquing their work as part of the normal mentorship. You know, if you want to do something, that's not right. If you want to do something, feel free to reach out. We can set something up.
Do you have any tips on what to include in art portfolios?
Yeah, my tip would be, what industry are you going into? Understand the industry you're going into and specifically look up tips for that industry building art portfolios. There's no one size fits all. I would say the only thing you want is make sure the work is good. Whatever industry you're going into, you probably want good work. And you probably, generally portfolios are to showcase your abilities to do something. But like, as like what industry is my question, I would say, because like it's impossible to know.
My goals, I want to become a concept artist.
Concept artist? What concept artist in what field or in like what genre or style, right? Do you want to work at Riot? Do you want to work at EA? Do you want to work at Ubisoft? Do you want to work on mobile games? Your portfolios would be relatively different. But if you look at every single job offer out there, every single one of them says a strong understanding of the fundamentals. Look at any job offer for concept artists, you will always find that. A strong understanding of the fundamentals, or strong fundamentals, solid design skills. So if you want to get hired as a concept artist, 100% you're going to need strong understanding of fundamentals, strong design skills, because remember, concept art is a design job. It's not really an art job as much as it is a design job. Art is like the communication tool. Design is what you're really being hired for. Very strong grasp of foundation is required for concept art. What art industry would merch design fall under? Probably illustration. Like, it would be illustrations. If the artwork is meant to be consumed, like if that is the product, then it would be illustration. This looks like concept art for a fantasy game. It could be. I've done stuff relatively similar to this for work. The one that I did for work was like a little bit more reddish pink. Like, I would say I did one for work, and the color palette was like more like this.
Well, I do remember that one.
Kind of more like that. I'm more going for like a fall, sunset forest type vibe here. I wouldn't particularly say this is all that well designed. It depends, I guess, which project. It's kind of generic, but I mean, it was a demo on Discord, so I guess I kind of expected it to be a little generic.
I'd personally like to go into animation.
I've never done animation, so I don't really know what's required for a portfolio. I would probably contact some professional animators who are doing what you want to do. So if you want to go into 3D animation, talk to some 3D animators. I would probably say, email a handful of them, maybe between 10 and 20. and say you want to be an animator, you're working really hard towards it, and what would be required in a portfolio if I want to animate. And I guarantee you a lot of them will get back to you. If you make a well thought out message and you're polite and you respect them, a lot of them will get back to you. People are people. People want to help out. Like, it's awesome having someone else come along who respects like what you do professionally, who wants to do that too.
And and I feel like a lot of artists do like helping people, because it's like, it's tough out there to just do it on your own.
Maybe some branches or something there.
Dolly asked you something.
When you get the chance, can you check Discord DMs? Interesting. Yes, I will check. That's a little bit more interesting there. All this in the background is kind of just like implied. So if I were to like finish this piece properly, I would go back here, probably on a new layer, and I would do this, and then make another new layer, and I would actually resolve these. I would go, where is this tree? Where is it in the background? Is there another tree? Is tree A in front of tree B? How far? Is tree B closer or tree A closer? How high does tree A go? What kind of tree is it?
Like a redwood, or is it?
And I would design it to keep the integrity of whatever I did in my sketch, assuming I like the sketch. Because all this stuff would need to be resolved. If this was a video game and this was concept art, this would need to be resolved because they're going to have to separate the layers and parallax them as you move. So, like, the tree would literally, the trees would go like this as you moved in the game. Or, like, maybe they would, like, bend and sway in the wind. And, like, if you haven't separated those layers and resolved it, someone else is going to have to do it, and they're not going to be very happy with you.
It's like being a designer is a very considerate, like, how you have to be very considerate.
Yeah. If you're a designer, you are absolutely going to have someone after you referring to or using what you designed. And if you make their lives miserable, you're not going to have your job very long. If you make their jobs easy, then you will have your job for a long time.
This is Photoshop.
But yeah, so that's, if I were to come in here, I would probably resolve that.
How would y'all design a background that's meant to be behind an animation? I don't know.
Like this. This could be animated.
You'd probably have to separate layers and stuff.
Yeah. Like, I would paint the whole thing and probably separate layers later. But I've done backgrounds for animation. It depends what they need the background for. If it's going to be like a still shot, then that's one thing. If it's going to need, parallax, if it's going to need to move, that's another thing. Separating layers, keeping them organized. I did that stuff for RJ a while back.
Oh, you did, didn't you?
Yeah, that was for like straight up animation.
Yeah.
And then the other thing that I did is game background stuff. And yeah, you're just kind of doing stuff so it's convenient for the next person who's coming after you and doing stuff.
Fox?
Organized layer designs, that sort of thing. Not layer designs, organized layers.
Interesting question. How long would you personally gauge for someone to get decent enough at fundamentals?
That would be probably a decent enough. That's a relative term. What do you mean by decent enough?
Do you mean like hireable?
And hireable in what industry?
Yeah.
Like it's
yeah,
it's so incredibly like contextual. It's so contextual.
At least hireable.
Hireable where? I mean, it's just it's the thing.
Like,
it would be the difference between half the amount of time or double or triple the amount of time.
Like, okay, let's say hireable at like Riot, for example.
Yeah, you're looking at like 8,000 hours probably. If you're like, oh, hireable on mobile games, and then it's like, okay, well, how much practice do you already have? It's impossible to tell.
Yeah.
It's impossible to tell because, like, for all I know, like people have different learning speeds that could have or double the time. People are all starting in different places without actually seeing your work. I couldn't say, like, maybe your work is sick already and like you're really good. And so I'd be like, oh man, like you just need to take like a mentorship and you'll be there. Other people, it's just like, oh yeah, maybe like 8,000 hours away. But if you're a fast learner, it's not 8,000 hours. It's whatever, 4,000 or 5,000 maybe. And like that, and it's just a complete guess at the end of the day. Like people improve at different rates. Like, and I may say something, it may be completely inaccurate. If you're a beginner, I can guarantee you it won't be like just build a portfolio and you're there.
It's very satisfying to see you kind of like chisel out the shapes.
I'm just making decisions, you know?
I really like it. I like that.
A lot of it is just decision making.
Yeah.
What's up?
I like that the main tree is more curved than the other ones. I think that's an interesting statement. You mentioned you guys could do mentoring plans before. Would that be an additional cost?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I'm not going to mentor for free. Like the school has a fixed price for the classes. And mentorships are the expensive thing.
Yeah.
Because that requires someone's undivided attention for a period of time. We do mentorships. The current rate of our mentorships is 1,100 USD for an 8-week mentorship. And we'll meet up for, an hour and a half to 2 hours once a week for 8 weeks. In the past, I mentored people who wanted to become concept artists. Like my job was to help people either build portfolios to get into schools or to get hired like professionally as artists and get their foot in the door so they could start making a living off of art.
How long have you two been drawing for? Long time.
Long time.
Is this on your art station? I feel like I've seen the drawing or something similar before.
This one is on my art station, and I decided to just go in and start like working over top of it to change it up because this, kind of mid. It's the exact same process though, and like I could come in here with a color dynamics brush and all this stuff back here. Like this is all just, color dynamics. I would want to come back in here. Like you can feel like now, to me at least, this feels like kind of has a lot more depth.
I agree. A lot more mystique.
I've changed the mood, which, I don't have a spec that I'm drawing under, so I don't care if I've changed the mood or not. Because I'm the art director of it. So it's like, keep the mood, change the mood, don't care.
Do you accept any payment plans or only accept full payment up front?
For mentorships, I only do a full payment up front. Or rather, I would only do a mentorship if the session's been paid for. But because I have to like schedule out time in my future for a student that may end up never showing up, I don't want to take that risk on myself. Because someone may be like, okay, I'm going to take a mentorship with you. And so I'll block out the next 8 weeks of time and clear my schedule. And then the student may be like, I changed my mind. And so now I'm like, well, crap, I just cleared my whole schedule.
It's like protection for your side.
Yeah. Because I'll be there. I show up. Like, I'm not going to go, I changed my mind. I've mentored a lot of students. But for example, in the past, I've done half up front, halfway. And I'll be like, okay, half up front. But I really only do that with people that I already know and trust. Like if I've already mentored them before. Because again, like, why take the risk when there's someone else out there who's fine paying everything up front? Like for me, it doesn't really make a lot of sense to take that risk when I don't have to take it.
Do you have any tips for using your arm easier and more comfortably?
Using your what?
Arm. Press lighter. I don't know.
Using your arm easier, more. I mean, I guess just practice drawing from your arm. You'll get used to it.
Like using your elbow as a pivot.
Yeah, or your shoulder. How about draw on a tilted, set up a drawing board that's like in front of you like this and do a bunch of drawing like that. You'll get way better. Like you'll get way better at drawing from your arm. You can just have like a little indication of like a figure or something back there. I like this mood. This mood's fun. The shape language is a lot more diverse as well. Like this one has big trees and small plants. This one has like big trees, medium trees, and small plants. This one also has a much larger variety of shapes and types of foliage. You've got like these little tall trees that are kind of fit within a triangle. Like this is what I'm fixing in this piece. So this one's got like triangular silhouetted trees and bushy branches, and the little plants. This one, the original one, doesn't really have a variety. Now that could be fine for the project, but I want them to have a variety. Like if this was a portfolio piece, I would want them to have a variety because it would simply look better in a portfolio. If it's a client project, they may say, "No, don't have a variety. We just want this." And then, they are the boss. And you'd have to make it interesting in different ways. But that's totally fine.
I like how you made the force feel more sinister, kind of.
Yeah, and I had to improve the curve of this tree. It was driving me nuts. This tree has like shape language. This one's better. I wouldn't say it's great. I would say it's better.
Thank you. I haven't thought about using something like an easel or something similar. I have trouble consistently using my arm instead of my wrist because my distal radius is dislocated from a birth defect. Oh, wow. That is definitely an interesting problem to solve.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I would not know how to draw comfortably with that because I never experienced it.
Yeah, I have no idea. You may even just want to talk to like a doctor and be like, how the heck would you draw with this?
Yeah.
Or just like, experiment. A lot of it would come from experimentation. There's like a popular YouTube video going around of this guy who games with one arm. He's like missing an arm, so he built like a controller thing. Someone built. I haven't watched the video, but like it looks kind of neat. I'll probably watch it at some point.
It's cool.
Creativity. The more creative you are, the more people you will inspire in the future. They go, I can't draw because I have this. You go, oh, I have that. This is how I draw.
And some people be like, oh crap, now I don't have an excuse to not draw.
Yeah. Some people are looking for that excuse.
Yeah, sometimes.
You can.
For those who really, do it and want to do it, that's the people that they inspire.
Mm.
I'm actually going to get an orthopedic money. That will actually be a really good question asked. Thank you. Oh, awesome.
Nice.
Yeah, where there's a will, there's a way.
Yeah.
I think you'll be able to find a solution.
Good luck as well.
Yeah.
That's fun. I mean, it's not fun, but like, I'm excited for you to figure this out. Definitely need some information on the ground about how this could work back here.
Have some tips for confident straight lines. I have problem drawing cubes in a correct way.
Draw a lot of lines, but yes, lines are actually not that easy, right? They're pretty difficult to do, and without actually practicing lines, you don't really get that much better at them. And so, you know, I have a horrible tablet right here, but Christina could probably help you with some straight line exercises because you can see her hand as well.
Yeah. So there's a thing called ghosting. Okay, so there's an exercise for straight lines where you basically plot a point and plot a point. Try to start working with short lines and then long lines gradually, but what you do is you use your elbow as a pivot. Can't really show it because that's kind of weird, but basically you do this. So notice that I'm not going with my wrist like this, but rather using my elbow and just using that to guide. So like what Colton's doing.
So instead of drawing like this, try drawing more like this.
Yeah, and you can
that
kind
will
of
help
feel
a lot. And draw point to point. Your lines need to start and end at the correct place, especially if you're drawing perspective. Straight lines are, you know, it's good to be able to draw a straight line, but if the straight line is not coming and going to the right place, the perspective will be wrong anyways.
Yeah.
So yeah, just kind of like ghost it when you feel happy, when you feel comfortable.
Ghost it with that
Put
same
the line
motion.
down and draw hundreds of them.
Yep. And then
Draw long ones, short ones. You can try them in different directions.
like for me, I think the easiest to draw a straight line is diagonally. So like you can rotate your paper and just get to like the most comfortable position to draw a straight line.
Yeah.
For me, that's diagonal. Well, sometimes it's like can look a little bit wonky the longer the line is, but start short, like enough where you can have a range rather than something like this. Like that's too short.
Yeah. Do something
This is
comfortable.
too long right now. So like just do something that's comfortable.
Yeah.
Ghost.
Too long.
There.
I
And
guess it's
try to-
relative.
Yeah, that's true. And try to stop right at the point, not over, because that's just like line control.
Yeah.
2, 3.
For me, it's way easier with the wrist, probably because you practiced a lot more from the wrist.
Yeah.
But this drawing from the wrist a lot can lead to wrist problems later in life. So most, you know, students are advised out of it. It can lead to it. It's not guaranteed to lead to it.
How to stop making everything perfect? By that I mean I try to make everything too perfect in Scratch.
It's like a
In
mindset
Sketch, even.
thing.
Yeah, it is a mindset thing.
Yeah, that would be more under a mindset thing, you know. But like with drawing straight lines, let's just say my straightest line is like up at an angle, you know. I'm not very good at drawing on this. I wouldn't necessarily say to draw them fast. A line that stops and starts at the right place, starts and stops at the right place, that's wobbly in the middle, you know, like you could draw that pretty slow. As long as it stops and, you know, starts and stops at the right places, it doesn't really matter too much if it's a little wobbly in here. I've had a lot of different teachers talking about straight lines. One of them, Kingston, who's one of my teachers in industrial design, he would say, oh, just draw it nice and slow. You know, be a little bit wobbly, but end in the right place. Fang, he drew his lines pretty fast, like this. And he would go,
Undo.
until he got the right line. He'd literally draw 30 different lines, right? And Fang's legendary. He's been a concept artist for 30 years. He's a legend. And Eric had us all draw with a ballpoint pen, and we would ghost, you know, and put a line down.
That's what I
and
was
ghost.
taught.
Yeah, we both took his class. He's a great draftsman. Very good, very, very good lines.
Mm-hmm.
And then Will Weston, who's another teacher, very good figure drawing teacher. A lot of people know him. He always goes, no line you ever draw should ever be straight because it's boring, even in perspective. He was in VizDev, right? There's so many different ways to approach lines and straight lines. You can draw curved lines. And like with perspective, it doesn't even really matter. Like, you know, your lines can be a little bit warped. Like you could have wonk to your lines. You absolutely don't need to be able to draw straight lines to draw in perspective. Like your lines do not have to be perfectly straight. They can be if you want them to be, but like it just doesn't really matter that much. It's like, is the correct volume there? There's so many ways to approach it.
Yeah.
Like, do you want to be able to draw really straight lines? Like this line right here, not straight at all. Is this a box? Yeah. Could you turn this into something that it could be like concept art and someone could 3D model it and you get paid for it? Absolutely. Like, look at Hearthstone art. None of those lines are straight.
Oh, like from the Hearts. I don't know what that one is.
It's like a blizzard.
Oh.
Is that it? There's like different types of games and stuff. Like very rarely do they use straight lines. Sometimes, but like very rarely, because like again, straight lines are not dynamic. They're pretty static, and so in a lot of stylized projects, people don't draw a lot of straight lines.
Interesting.
I wouldn't sweat the straight line stuff too much. Just, you know, if you want to draw straighter lines, do some exercises. Like what we were showing you, ghosting, drawing point to point, that sort of thing. It'll help.
Yeah, no problem. I heard you from a video way back. Away. I heard you from a video away. What does that mean?
I don't even see that.
That's on TikTok.
Huh?
I don't know. Maybe I didn't get it.
Landscape architecture major. My classes are digital rendering. What apps would you recommend? Anything that you can render in. Like, you know, I don't know. What do they recommend? You should probably have some recommendations from their class. I've never done landscape architecture. Like, you mean like ArcViz type stuff?
ArcViz is cool. I don't know what they do.
Any idea of when the Huion Pro review is happening? I'm thinking of getting it. Not really. Probably within the next 2 weeks.
That'd be cool.
Probably within the next 2 weeks. Let's add some better form to this tree, bro. Like, I'm thinking in my head, this tree's kind of just a silhouette right now. I'm thinking it would probably be a lot more interesting if we went in here and made a more interesting, maybe like silhouette that kind of, or like a more interesting volume that sort of changes. Maybe like this kind of comes up.
It reminds me of that mushroom dimension tree.
Yeah. When you're drawing objects, like when you draw a silhouette, it kind of is like, I mean, that's how I started. I was just drawing form lines around a tree. When you're drawing things like a silhouette, eventually you're going to have to come back in and resolve this. Like silhouette work helps you focus more on shapes, but eventually I would really recommend, you know, coming back in here and figuring out what three-dimensional volumes are happening in here. You can just do it with any sort of line, right? And just be like, okay, maybe this is like the Like, look at this, right? This is the kneecap. This is the thigh. This is the calf muscle coming out. This is the tibia.
Wait, you're onto something there.
I'm just drawing it kind of like a leg, right? It's kind of just like a leg attached to the ground. It could make it more, like, I'm just going to kind of mimic anatomy. Like, why not? It's like an abstraction of a leg. And then when I do this, I just have to make sure that my forms, like maybe this will come up. So you can just draw form lines around stuff. Like that's cool. Anything with a twist in it is going to kind of be cool. So we'll just, you know, twist this around like that. And then we can just, you know, lower the layer opacity or just turn the whole thing gray. Put it on a low layer setting. And then I'm just going to make sure that these lights here follow that. So we'll probably have like this coming up. You don't need a lot to describe it.
That's cool.
You will not need a lot to describe this, but it will need to be described. If you want people to know it's there, you got to show it. People won't magically know what's supposed to be there. So I'm going to focus on shape first. And maybe, you know, we just come up like...
When should I start learning? When should I start trying to learn anatomy? Like how much months of practice?
You can learn anatomy. You could take a figure drawing class as a first class you ever take in your life. It does not matter at all.
It's not like just because you start, I don't know, whenever, it doesn't really affect like, oh, will I? It doesn't hurt your practice. So just start whenever.
Yeah, as soon as you want.
Mm-hmm.
Like, my question is, what would you learn before it?
Yeah, like if you want to do figure drawing, just learn it now, you know?
Yeah, like you wouldn't really need to learn anything before. I mean, like anatomy, like I would not recommend learning anatomy. Just take a figure drawing class. Mm-hmm. Anatomy is not how you draw good people. Mm-hmm. Like anatomy just... It's not the secret to drawing good people. Like, people are not anatomy. Like, you don't walk down the street and look at a person like your best friend or your, you know, your, I don't know, mom or dad or spouse or kid and go, oh, anatomy. Wow, anatomy. I go, oh, it's Christina. The volumes that make Christina are cylinders, mostly cylindrical shapes. I don't look at Christina and go, bicep. Humerus. Yeah. Brachialis. You know what I mean? Like, you don't see most of that stuff. So, like, you see simple volumes. You see a person. You see a character. You see the simple volumes, the gesture, the overall statement. So, in order to draw somebody, you don't really need that stuff to make it look like a person. Like, you'll get hints of it here and there, but you will not see a person and think anatomy. Mm-hmm. It's just not how people see the world. Learning anatomy is like adding like spice to something. It's like you'll see hints of it here and there.
Yeah.
So like if you want to learn anatomy, understand number one, it's not going to make your people drawing good. But number two, like you can learn it anytime you want. Totally fine. Does not matter. Anytime you want to start learning anatomy is the perfect time.
Yep. There's no perfect roadmap, I don't think.
Yeah.
Like, you can start whenever, and it won't really affect it because, like, you're still drawing in the end, which means improvement. Just because you decided to learn, like, figure drawing before you fully understood or mastered, you know, form drawing, like, you're still doing form drawing as well. Like, you're doing multiple things at once by learning how to draw people. It's not like this, you have to, it's not this like super systematic or logistical roadmap, if that makes sense. There can be a lot of good structure, like, oh yeah, like most art colleges would be like, oh yeah, learn the primitive forms of drawing, like learn how to draw basic forms like boxes, you know, cylinders, spheres, and then, you know, use that to then draw gesture and people, and just, you're basically just learning a bunch of different things and combining them together. But like there's no quote unquote perfect or right way to start. Just start. I think anything beyond that is just, like, for lack of a better term, procrastination.
Advanced procrastination.
Yeah, exactly.
Get a little bit of texture showing up maybe in the shadow here, in the transition between the light and the shadow. But like, you can learn anything in any order that you want. It's totally up to you. I'm just painting this. I'm not using any layer settings. This is what it was before. I'm just like painting over an old piece of mine to make it more interesting, because it was not my finest work. And I've painted over it a couple times in the past, but never really liked
how you did it.
Yeah. And there's no layer settings or anything. It's just
a pure like layer that's normal on top of it.
Where's that?
Any tips when the light is almost directly hitting on the object?
Almost directly hitting on the object? What do you mean by that?
Because like light does hit an object.
I mean, if light doesn't hit the object, you don't see it.
Yeah.
So light is always hitting the object if you can see the object. You mean straight from the front, straight from the top, straight from
the side? Is it like a flash, like a camera flash type style?
Yeah. A bit on the side. You mean like a 3/4 or like side lighting? If you can see the object, light is hitting it. If you cannot see the object, light is not hitting it.
Also, like, what is the form of the object? Like, because a light that's hitting a cylinder on the side will not look the same as a sphere. So, like, understand the form.
See, I'm using that form that I drew earlier as kind of like a roadmap for how I'm rendering this thing. And since this thing is relatively close to me, I'm probably going to get I'm not going to get super crazy compression. Like, obviously, I'm painting my darks. You know, maybe something like that. I'm even getting a little bit light in here. Like, I don't think I would want to get that light.
I did a Miko portrait.
Oh, that's cute. I love that.
Thank you. Simultaneous contrast kind of vibe. I was thinking, like, what if I just did a bunch of, like, spheres that you do, but with different colors, and make, like, little portraits out of them.
Yeah, that would be great. It's great practice.
It's like you're forced to use these 3 colors, or these 2 values, or 3 values.
Yeah. Like, honestly, I couldn't make an assignment for learning simultaneous contrast better than that.
I'm very honored to hear that. But it's inspired by you.
When the light hits a face, but the shadows need to be rough. No, I don't really actually understand what you mean. Rough.
What do you mean by rough? Sorry, we say, like, what do you mean by this? Because,
yeah, like,
we can't really answer the question unless we, like, know what you clearly want. Like, because rough can mean, like, do you want, like, sharp edges? Like, where the shadows need to be sharp? Or do you want these shadows to be soft? And, like, that will determine, like, how we draw it.
Yeah, Procro Michael Hampton has good figure drawing tutorials. How often is fisheye perspective used? I've seen it a few times in tutorials, but I've never really seen it in illustrations. Fisheye perspective is used all the time. However, it's usually pretty disguised. Let me.
And yes, we also have an art school. Someone's asking about that.
Would you please come up? Thank you.
We have Anime Art School. That is our program for learning the fundamentals. You can find it on our link in bio.
We'll tell you
it more
exactly
later.
how. What is this? What is this? Forest paint over. Let's just save it out. So fisheye perspective is used a lot, actually. Didn't mean to do that. It's usually just used in chunks. So for example, what most people think of as fisheye perspective is this, right? This is a 5-point, like a 5-point perspective lens. 5-point perspective, fisheye perspective, same thing. You're seeing up, down, left, right at the same time. But when most people draw fisheye perspective, they don't show the whole circle. They will usually only draw a small chunk of it, even smaller than that.
They'll take a section of it.
They will take a chunk this big and draw that. This is still fisheye perspective. Your grid inside of this is fisheye, but is a crop of the fisheye lens. So straight, curved, and it would look like this. Straight. This is instead of 1-point perspective, you would see this.
That's so cool.
You see this all the time. If you start looking for it, you will see it. Christina and I watched an anime called Laid Back Camp, and like every other shot is like a fisheye lens. It's just subtle, so it's like this.
Funny enough, the characters aren't necessarily drawn in the lens. It's just the background.
Yeah.
But it feels good still.
There you go. There's a fisheye grid. You will literally see this all the time.
Someone in the store, looking at the shelves.
Yeah, like.
It's a good grid.
Here's a shelf. And you'll just see subtle curvature. And it'll look like this. You know, maybe we've got a person here. Like what Christina was saying. Maybe they're like looking at the shelf in the store.
What should I get?
And you'll see other shelves maybe back here. Right? And you'll see shelves down here, and there's going to be the roof or the ceiling of the store back in there, and this comes out. So this is Z. This is 1-point perspective, basically, in a fisheye grid. So the normie perspective equivalent of this would just be a 1-point perspective grid with a vanishing point here.
Normie version. That's great. I love that.
This is just 1-point perspective. Like under normal circumstances, this is just like a 1-point perspective grid, right? Here's your verticals. Here's your horizontals. The fisheye grid makes it feel way better. There it is.
More natural.
Yeah, absolutely. And so this is the same shot, but look how boring it looks, bro.
Everything's so straight.
Stiff. Yawn.
This would be great for like a more close-up shot because close-ups are generally more like linear. But yeah, yawn.
You can do 1, 2, and 3-point perspective in a fisheye lens. Here's the character. This shot just feels very stiff, right? And so a lot of animes, a lot of shows, a lot of artists will do this or we'll do the bottom one instead of the top one because it looks more interesting.
So cool. Now I need to try that grid.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you see and I have these rules for drawing in a fisheye lens. They're not my rules. I just figured them out. Any line that goes through the center of the lens is straight. So if you see a fisheye lens and you see a straight line, that line will intersect the center of your camera lens. You remember how I like cropped this? This is the center of my camera lens. Straight line, straight line. And then all of these lines wrap around the center like this. So because fisheye perspective can be really complicated. And so if you see a shot like this, you're like, how the heck? Like, how on earth does this work? Anywhere you see a straight line, that straight line is headed directly through the center of your camera lens. And then all curved lines curve around the center of the lens, no matter what direction. So like, for example, I could put a vanishing point right here. Here's the center of my lens. It will curve around the center of my lens like this. You can put a vanishing point anywhere you want in a fisheye lens. The fisheye lens just distorts perspective. It's not actually perspective. So your vanishing point will look like this. But check this out. Here's the center of my lens. That line will be straight. And so, again, fisheye perspective is really complicated, and it's probably not even worth learning unless you're capable with 1, 2, and 3-point perspective, because fisheye perspective is basically just all of the previous perspective plus like 4 extra things. But yeah, this would be a curved lens. If I'm analyzing an artist, I'm literally looking for this. This is the sort of thing that I'm looking for. And someone back here would be like, itty bitty, because there's the convergence.
I assume setting this up traditionally will be a pain, right?
No.
Not really.
You should check out Gene Bond. He does all of this stuff traditionally.
Yeah.
Gene Bond art. We interviewed him on our YouTube channel and TikTok months ago.
This guy can draw.
He does everything traditional. I'll drag this down. So like, for example, and let me mute this. Here's Gene Bond art. He does all of this traditionally. All of this. He teaches really, really cool fisheye perspective, and he live streams it.
That's like a specialty.
Yeah, he does so much fisheye perspective traditional. It's not any more difficult. Like that grid that I just set up in Photoshop, I freehanded all of that. I could do it in a sketchbook just as easily. I'd hardly even press the undo button at all. But yeah, this is Gene Bond art.
Gene Bond art. A human version of Blender.
There he is. Gene Bond art. Ooh, we have a notification.
We do?
Someone just says hello.
Oh, hi.
But anyways, if you want to check that out, he teaches a lot of fisheye perspective. But yeah, most of the time when you see fisheye perspective, they're not showing this circle. They're just showing a teeny tiny little chunk of it. I don't want that video to play. There we go. The heck?
How would you draw a fisheye lens of a character's face like an anime? Stretch it. I don't know.
Yeah, you wouldn't. Not for a long time. Like,
yeah.
It is incredibly difficult. So you'd be like cropped like this or something. You just crop these. You would have to construct it, but like I'm not that good at drawing in fisheye perspective. I can build boxes and stuff, but like the amount of complexity to draw anime faces in fisheye perspective is immense.
Like I never draw faces in fisheye just because I don't really need to. But generally everything you can show it on oh, that's fun.
I will show you what an anime face looks like in fisheye.
Yeah. Generally what I would look for is everything, like if you're going to look at it like a meme like this, things would start like really separating. and everything would kind of go like really tiny.
Yeah.
Like that. It's kind of goofy.
Here's a fisheye lens attached to the front of my phone. All right. It makes everything in a fisheye lens. And what you would... Can you move your mic?
Yes.
Away that way.
Okay.
And then can you hold the head underneath?
Oh, yes.
There you go. That's what it would look like. Again, if you can't draw in 5-point perspective, like a box, or even understand how it works, it's virtually impossible to be able to do this correctly because it's extremely complicated.
Yeah.
And even like turn it to the side a little bit and just like press it right up against this screen so you can see it. You're not... Okay, there. See? Tilt the head up more so you can actually see the face. There.
Okay, there we go. All
That's a fisheye lens with an anime face.
There we go.
You can take a screenshot of that. You can recreate it and use it as a reference.
Mm-hmm.
But like, I ain't constructing all that.
No.
Not
I
on
ain't
stream,
either.
at least. It takes a lot of practice.
It's too hard to calculate mathematically. So a lot of it is just by vibes. Like, you kind of have to cheat it in a way, but you have to also understand like the planes of the face and all that stuff as well. But yeah. Had to sub. Thank you.
It kind of does look like that.
Yeah.
And like, you'd have to understand the forms that make up an anime head really, really, really well. And then you'd have to understand fisheye lens drawing really, really, really well. And then combine the two. And I wouldn't even attempt to draw it without a reference like what we just showed. And I would draw it over and over and over and over just to feel it out. It's like learning a new language. It's just because it distorts things in a way that your brain is not used to seeing things.
Yeah. And that's what's hard.
It just distorts things in a way that your brain's not used to seeing. So grab like an Insta360. They're kind of expensive. They're a couple $100. Or you could just grab one of these little fisheye lenses. I think I bought this for like $13 on Amazon. It's a 235 degree lens. So it sees fisheye perspective. It's a curved linear, curved lens. It looks like a little bubble. Mm-hmm. And these anime heads, we built ourselves. We built them in Blender, and we 3D printed them, and we drew the eyes on them ourselves. Mm-hmm. So this, drawanime.com, what's that? Mm-hmm. Our website?
How did that get there?
Probably pretty useful to go there and see what they have. But anyways, we modeled these ourselves in Blender, 3D printed them.
There you go.
And then you can use that with like a fisheye lens. We have a whole bunch of different heads too. We have like anime girl. Here's like the adult female head. So we made a bunch of different like proportioned heads and we just drew eyes on them. And then, Christina actually drew a picture yesterday.
Yeah.
And we used one of the heads and we shined the phone flashlight at it to get the shadow shapes. Where did you get that head? We made it.
We made it ourselves.
Yeah.
I really like the look of these. Yes, and Anime Art School is on sale.
Yes, 25% off of Anime Art School right now if you want to learn the fundamentals of drawing and painting and lighting. There's a 12-week figure drawing class. There is a 14-week like anime heads and expressions drawing class. There's a 14-week painting class. There's a 14-week costume drawing class. And these are like really hardcore fundamentals. It's like what you would take in a design school or like a college, except it's not anywhere near the price of a college.
Yep.
Because colleges are really expensive and we want education to be affordable. So we stream all the time for free, and we also have classes online that are really in-depth.
Mm-hmm. So like all the stuff that we teach on stream, it's all everything but more organized.
Yeah. And like fisheye perspective, it is so hard to find information on fisheye perspective. Like you can find lots of tutorials on like, draw on one of these grids right here. How often do you find a tutorial that teaches you how to go outside of the grid?
Yeah.
Not outside of the grid, but like outside of the 180-degree field of vision. This circle, this is not necessarily the edge of what you see. This is just the 180-degree mark. This is in front of you. This point is directly to your right, and this point is directly to your left. But what happens when you start to go behind you, right? This is down, this is up, this is above you. This over here is going to be behind you to your right. This is behind you to your left. So for example, you'll see people who draw fisheye lenses, and their lens is this. And you know, good luck figuring this out. Like if you don't learn how to do it. So it goes like this, and this, and this, and this. And then you've got your other axis, like that, and that, and that. And then to make matters even crazier, you get these grid lines. And then the artist literally just crops this. And this is their grid. And you go, what the heck? Like, how am I supposed to, like, understand this? Like, if you want to study an artist's style and they're drawn in this perspective, how the heck do you even study the style? You want to know what a box would look like here? A box would look like this.
What about a round object in fisheye perspective?
A box would look like that. And it would look like that. And so, you know, if you've got a character who's like floating above the city.
Okay, that's sick.
You know. You know, not the best composition ever. And these are buildings. Like, how the heck are you supposed to figure this out without, like, learning it somewhere?
Agreed.
And all you see is this grid. And you go, but I thought fisheye, wait, like, why did these go this way? What the heck? And so, like, the way that I learned a bunch of this stuff is I physically bought a lens and went to my camera and drew out a vanishing point. Can you draw out like a vanishing point somewhere?
Yeah.
Just with a bunch of lines coming out of it. Like a little bit accurate.
Okay.
Like just straight lines, whatever. Right? You can take a physical vanishing point.
Is that good enough?
That should be enough. Put the lens over top of it. So here's a vanishing point. Put the lens over top of it and like move it around. Look what happens to that vanishing point. The lines like bend around the lens almost like it's a sphere, right? Like look at that.
It looks like a spider.
Yeah, it's like a spider. And so like those lines are straight. The lens curves it. So a lot of the way that I learned this stuff was just through like trial and error experimentation. Gene has a lot of really good content on his channel. But like, don't underestimate the power of doing your own in the field research.
Mm-hmm.
How can you rewatch the whole live? You can rewatch the VOD on YouTube. So, Draw Anime Academy is the name of our channel. We're live streaming right there.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Good night, Artemis.
Bye, Artemis. Yeah.
Best explanation I heard is perspective is the way space behaves under a lens condition from FZD school. I went to FZD, actually. I attended FZD in 2015 and 16. You mean by like Fang said it on his channel? Have you guys ever worked in anime? If so, how is it like? No.
Never worked on an anime.
Do y'all have a bunch of abandoned projects? Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty much. But yeah. It's just from his channel. Yeah, I had Fang as a teacher. He taught Viscom. What else did he teach? I guess he taught a class in term 3 as well, I think. He taught, what, one class in term 1? I don't remember. He seems great as a teacher. Yeah, he's a really good teacher.
I never took him, but I remember Colton really liked him.
Yeah, he's great. He's a cool dude. He's funny. Like, I don't know how to explain it.
He's kind of got like that tech wear fashion.
Yeah, he'll wear like this big chain like hanging from his belt loop. He's just funny. I mean, yeah, perspective is just a representation of the 3D world on a 2D surface. But like, you know, whatever it's called, I'm more interested in like being able to draw it. Like, I think that there's a lot of theorists who understand things, and then there's, you know, people like Gene who are just like, he just draws literally all the time, just all the time. And I want to be more like Gene in that sense, where he's just literally 24/7 drawing vertically. But yeah, Fang was a good teacher. A lot of tabs open. I gotta get rid of them.
Is it bad that I use reference a lot? Nope. No. You need reference in order to know how things work.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Who
You
says
should
it's
use
bad?
reference a lot.
Yeah.
Literally everybody uses reference a lot.
I would say for not using
no reference is more of a party trick.
Yeah.
Like people in real work situations in the real world when they're doing illustration projects, you need to use reference. Like your brain does not contain all the information in the world, all the knowledge, all the understanding of everything. Like, use reference. You should be using reference.
Yeah.
It's very important. No reference is more of like an ego thing or like an exercise to like test yourself. But like, if you haven't used reference a lot, why test yourself? It's like, I haven't studied math very much. I'm going to take a math test.
Yeah. It's like, should I take a test without studying? You know, it's kind of like that.
And like, it's not even like historically something that people did. Like, you look at a bunch of the old masters, you know, they're all using reference. They're literally having a cavalry sent out of horses, of mounted horses, like, you know, soldiers on horses to pose for them for a painting.
Yeah.
Like, you know, if you look at like the history, all throughout history, everybody paints from reference. Look at like, you know, Sargent. He's not painting from imagination. He's painting from references. He's painting like portraits from people in real life. Like nobody does. It's almost exclusively like an ego thing. Is like painting without a reference. It can be like a fun party trick, you know, to like doodle and sketch on your own and explore. But in like the real world, when people are doing like real professional artwork and stuff, like you would never do a project without a reference.
Yeah. In fact, it's kind of dangerous.
Maybe if you want to get fired.
Yeah, that's what I was just, yeah.
There's nothing wrong with it. Like I find like a lot in the amateur community, like things are very ego driven, so people are just like, I drew this without reference.
Yeah.
And it's just like, it's not really a flex.
I would just be like, if your drawing looks like that without a
flex.
reference and it doesn't really look that good, I'd be like,
Yeah.
It's kind of like a red flag.
Just understand that, like, it's not bad. And if somebody implies that it's bad, they're not coming from a good place.
Yeah.
They probably don't have your best interest at heart.
Yeah. Is that an iPad? Yes. How do I study perspective? Colton, how would you study perspective?
I mean, learn the basics, 1, 2, 3 point perspective, do a ton of exercises, draw a bunch of objects in 3D. Like, I would say one of the best ways to learn perspective is to just draw a whole bunch of 1 point perspective grids and draw a bunch of boxes in them. Use draw through, like draw the inside and outside of the box. You could do Krenz cubes, rotating cubes in perspective. Like, that's a pretty good assignment. You can find those. How do you use grids? You draw along the lines. So, like, if I have a 1 point perspective grid, I'll just draw like a little frame. Right, a little frame. And you got a horizon line. So, like, horizon line, this is like your eye level. Okay, this is how tall you are. And it's more of I'm not really going to teach perspective so much as how do you use a grid. You have a vanishing point. A vanishing point is the point at which something gets so far away you can't see it anymore. A vanishing point can be anywhere. It is simply a place. Imagine you throw a baseball. All right, here's your baseball. And you chuck this, this sucker as hard as you can. And it goes so far that you literally can't even see it, right? Eventually, it's going to go so far you can't see it anymore. That has vanished. That is a vanishing point. If that baseball went in a perfectly straight line, if you shot it out of a cannon and it went so straight, it would eventually disappear, right? That's like a vanishing point. It goes so far you can't see it anymore. And you could shoot the baseball anywhere. You could shoot it straight up. You could shoot it straight down. It'd probably hit the ground. You could shoot it to the left, right, up, down, doesn't matter. It could disappear in any direction if it went far enough. So a vanishing point is that. It's a point at which something goes so far it vanishes. And so what we do is we draw lines out of the vanishing point. These represent space. Things going back in space. Like, just... this is space. It's an abstract, like, line that just goes back to this particular point. We put the vanishing point on the horizon line because we're going to set something on the ground. All right, so here's the vanishing point. And then our box goes back to this vanishing point. So think about this, right? Here's the side. Here's a piece of paper, right? This is the piece of paper in side view. If we laid this piece of paper on the ground and it was like a ridiculously long piece of paper, it would look like this. The far side would eventually go so far you wouldn't be able to see it anymore. But paper's not that long, so we cut it. There's a piece of paper. This side, visually, is smaller than this side because it's going away from us. Right? The baseball thing, if I had a baseball right here and a baseball right here, this one would be a little bit further away from us, so it would look a little bit smaller. But boxes, they're not pieces of paper, right? They have multiple sides. So essentially, it's a piece of paper with another piece of paper and another piece of paper and another piece of paper that turns into a box, right? And this grid right here, all it does is it's just your piece of paper going back in space. All right, I'll draw it over here. Here's your piece of paper laying on the ground. It's going away from you in space. This line is longer than this line. See, it's about that much longer. But because it's going away from us, it just looks smaller. These two sides are actually the same size. This one's just further away, right? That's called foreshortening. It's when something gets smaller as it gets further away. You pull lines up perfectly straight, perfectly straight, straight up, right? Straight up. Let's just do this. Straight up, straight over, straight over. This is like drawing a box in 1 point perspective, right? I've made my box a little bit off, but just pretend it's on. That is a box in 1 point perspective. I would do like tons of these. Just really, really, really get used to doing them. And then if you want a box above, I like starting with the front. This is the front. It goes straight up and down, straight left and right, straight up and down, straight left and right. So this is like a piece of paper that's like facing us, right? This is the face of the piece of paper. Here is the side of the box. We pull it away as far as we want. This is the piece of paper laying on the ground. This is the piece of paper, the back of the box. And then this goes back to the vanishing point. And then this is we have completed the back of the box. And then this is your second box. I like starting with the front. You can start with the bottom. You can start with the back. It doesn't really matter. We can make another box. And this one could go over top of this box if we wanted. Mm-hmm. So what I like to do is, when this gets confusing, I just like to use a little bit of line weight to go, let's not distract ourselves too much. This side goes back to my vanishing point. This side goes back to my vanishing point. This side goes back. How long do we want this box? Maybe we want it about this long. That side goes back to my vanishing point. And here's my third box. I'm using draw through. Draw through is when you draw the back sides as if it were a transparent box, because we need to make sure our sides line up.
How do I test myself to tell if I've studied perspective or any subject enough?
Do you feel comfortable doing it?
Yeah,
do you feel comfortable doing it? You can ask. You can ask people. Email professional artists and ask them. You know, you can ask me. Feel free to ask me if you want. But like, again, it's like that's a relative term, right? Like, if I have studied it enough for what? You know what I mean? Like, enough for what? Enough to get hired professionally? Enough where you're happy with your own skills? People have different goals. So this is 1 point perspective. Because there is one vanishing point. And then I would do this. I would do, I don't know, 10 of these scenes, and each one put like 5 to 7 boxes in it. That's 50 to 70 boxes. If you feel comfortable, if you really feel like you're getting the rhythm, if your corners are connecting, if these are connecting, try 2 point perspective. But this right here is absolutely not enough to master it. Mm-mm. Like you're probably talking like 10 to 15,000 boxes before you're like really comfortable with them. And again, a box, like, you're like, holy crap, that's so many boxes. Is it though?
You're gonna be drawing boxes for the rest of your life.
That took like literally no time at all. Like, this isn't 10 to 15,000 hours. This is 10 to 15,000, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 lines. 10 to 15,000 times 12 lines, right? 180,000 lines or something. I don't know. Like, you're getting really comfortable at this point. But there's something that's really, really important about this is these boxes have to be
correct,
or else it doesn't work. You have to make sure that these boxes are correct. How do you know if they're correct? Do the sides connect?
Are the corners connecting?
Are the corners connecting, right? This one's not. Oops.
You just fix that Fix that edge.
Wow, now it is.
Yep.
And if you can do that, if you know how to fix the box, then that's a good sign. You can have boxes that look like this. Where you're looking into it. You can have boxes that look like this, which, you know, you probably wouldn't want a box that looks like this because it would be pretty dumb, but you can have a box that looks like this, where you're looking directly at the edge. Your vanishing point would be like, what, like
the side,
here?
the exact side of the canvas.
Yeah.
That's interesting, I guess. Could.
Which, it's a weird box, but it, you know, well, that goes there. There's that. Here's where it connects. Yep.
It checks out.
You probably wouldn't want to do this. This is a tangent, but there is absolutely times where you could do that and it'd be totally fine. But like, just start with, you know, 50 to 70 boxes in 1 point perspective. Draw through all of them. I haven't really been reading chat because I've been doing a little bit of a lesson thing.
We're good.
You two are very chilling out and answering questions. Awesome.
How should I structure art studies? I'm quite new to studying basics. It's a little overwhelming. We have our anime art school, which covers the basics in a very organized manner.
Yeah. And there's literally so many perspective assignments. Like, you can start with ellipses, and you can go... You can rotate squares in perspective. Like, this is another thing you can do. You know, and you can have, like, rotating squares in perspective in certain degrees. And, of course, all of these can be turned into boxes. You know.
I realized the other day it's impossible to draw a sphere in 1 point perspective.
Like this sort of thing.
If you have a box, you have a sphere. Ooh, that's fun.
Right, this can help with like rotating objects in perspective. Like, some people break it down like this. Like, here's two boxes rotated at 45 degrees to each other. Like, that's one way you can do it. But the way that I like to teach perspective is there's the technical part, like technical, which is what I just showed you, like vanishing point, horizon line, all that kind of stuff. And then there's the intuitive side. And intuitive is like drawing out a little grid and being able to feel this space, and you just kind of got to feel for this, right? And if I threw a bunch of paper on the ground, would I be able to like feel these pieces of paper on the ground? Do I feel like they're in perspective, right? These are all at different angles. I haven't found a single vanishing point. This is more like intuitive. You can just kind of feel it. This comes from practicing a lot. It comes from doing a bunch of assignments that help you get better at intuitive perspective, because like a lot of professionals will just draw a box and use that box as their grid. So there's assignments to get better at intuitive perspective. Like, this is a tilted horizon. No longer a tilted horizon. And like, how did I know it was a tilted horizon? I can feel it. I don't know how to say it other than that. I feel it.
You just feel it. Because you've drawn so many boxes, you know how it looks.
It's like you can tell when someone's speaking with an accent because you've spoken the language so much that you can tell. You're just like, yeah, I can feel that accent. And there's honestly a lot of wiggle room with perspective. Like, it's not a super overly technical thing that needs to be perfect. It's about communicating ideas. And so if your idea is being communicated, then it's totally fine.
How do I improve my anime anatomy? Draw real people. That will help a lot. It will. Speaking from personal experience, because I drew anime a lot as a kid. And then once I started doing a bunch of figure drawing and actually learning the real proportions, it helped my anime a lot.
Yeah. Now, fisheye perspective drawing comes from practicing fisheye perspective drawing. Like, you can learn all the theory in the world. You can watch all the nerdy videos on perspective. It will never teach you how to draw in perspective. You have to practice. Have to practice. It's the only way to draw, to get good at drawing. Like, you can learn theory. Theory is not bad, but like applying that theory, you have to apply the theory. Are you still drawing and chilling?
Oh, yeah. Not an artist, but what's something that intrigues you a lot? Any concepts or theory or just anything?
I think design, so interesting. Like, the way that the human brain interprets things and finds them like aesthetically pleasing is so cool. Just the coolest thing.
I think how artists utilize like psychology and feelings in their pieces is very cool.
Yeah.
How they compose images. That's also design. Like, it's not just about like, oh, well, how do they do their line work? It's also about like, how do they compose the image to give it a certain feel? Like, I really do like that, the old fine art, not the modern fine art stuff, but like the old masters type of art. Like, that stuff is really, really cool. There's a lot of symbolism, a lot of like naturalistic acting in it. That kind of makes you like think about the image, because you have to look at it for a long time in order to like kind of piece things together in the story. I like those kind of things too.
Yeah.
Definitely, I'm a behavioral therapist, so maybe that's why I'm asking. Oh, interesting. That's fun.
That is fun.
We don't have a lot of behavioral therapists in our stream.
I don't think so. Maybe there's hidden behavioral therapists that we don't know about. That's fun. Very, very yellow.
That is very yellow. My piece is very pink and purple, so seeing the yellow is like, ugh, even more of a blast. What's a great fiction book you recommend? Oh no.
I'm reading a book called Silo right now. I got it not too long ago. I'm not super far into it, but it's pretty good. I don't know if it's great. I'll have to get back to you on that. I don't read a lot of fiction, honestly. I read a lot of nonfiction, or I've read a lot of nonfiction. I don't know. I kind of put reading on the side for practicing art for quite a while. Definitely a different vibe now. I kind of like...
Have any tips on doing art studies? Like art style studies or like still lifes, painting studies on Applejack.
He's so cute. Red Rising. I heard of it. I think I might have it. It's kind of on my to-read list. Here's Baby Jack.
Here's Baby Jack.
Look at him. Cutie patootie.
Cute little round head. Oh. Good boy, Apple.
You happy? It's your favorite bed, isn't it?
Mhm.
Oh yeah, stretching.
Stretching. I tried to do a still life today, and it was so hard. OMG, I don't understand art at all. Yeah, it'll be like that. There's a lot to juggle with still lifes, but that's why they're very good.
Yeah, still lifes are fun. I mean, did you see the one that we did yesterday? Or I guess, oops. There we go. Oh, that's what Christina's up to, by the way. It's super cute.
Thank you.
I love that.
I've been having a lot of fun with these like really crazy colors.
Quit that. That's, what are you doing?
Just stretching.
I don't even know where.
Oh, is your eye watering? His eye's watering a bit.
Oh.
Let's get that tear out of your eye.
Can you?
Yeah.
This one, right? This was not a very good example of a still life. I didn't use a very good process, unfortunately. I did not start off with like, you know, just a couple of values and moving into more complicated stuff like that one. But this was such a simple subject. I mean, it's really just a cylinder.
Hey, get out of there.
Did you see this one yesterday on stream? This is from stream yesterday.
Do you guys provide personal feedback in your art school?
No, not the recorded version. Personal feedback, you'd want to take like the mentorship.
Which we do have. So you can DM us about that.
If you're interested in feedback, we're happy to set up a feedback version. What was that? Can you speak on composition a little? Composition is all abstraction, right? I mean, Loomis talks about composition a good amount in creative illustration. I would say Edgar Payne's composition of outdoor painting. In terms of compositions, think about armatures. Armatures are really, really important for simplifying and understanding things. So these are a whole bunch of different simple armatures. Anything can be an armature, by the way. Loomis has a whole bunch of different armatures. He doesn't call them that, by the way. The person, what?
What does he call them?
I don't remember. The person that I got the word armature from was Ian Roberts. He's an oil painter. I don't know if he got it from someone, but it's my favorite term, which is an armature, right? It's an underlying structure. That's literally the most important thing. It can be anything. It's just a thing that is simple for the brain to understand. So, for example, the armature that is at play in this piece that I did back, I don't know, 7 years ago, the armature that is at play in this piece right here is very simple. It is simply a couple of dynamic verticals, right? I've got a super simple foreground, midground, background. I've got a lot of checkerboarding going on, right? Checkerboarding being dark, light, dark, you know, light. But this is the dark on the light. So one dark's light can be another light's dark. Did I say that correctly?
There's Toby.
I thought it was Applejack for a second. I didn't even brain register. Toby, baby, why are you here? And so armature is like the underlying framework for an image, and then within that image you have different design mechanisms that you're using. You know, you have foreground, midground, background. You can have FMB. You don't have to have foreground, midground, background. It's effective. There's nothing wrong with it. But yeah, my armature for this piece is just like literally that, and pretty much everything flows along that, right? And then I've got just kind of this compositional element here, and everything sort of flows along that. You know, it's like a gesture. It's kind of like your composition, your environment's form of gesture. Gesture is literally just any points if you draw a line through them, right? Gesture is just like connected points. It's not like, how did Ramon talk about gesture? They're just connected.
It's an invisible connection.
Yeah. Oh, an invisible string between points, right?
Yeah.
So you could come into the piece, you land here, you go down this ship, you come down here, you could come back up and around. It's like invisible strings, or an invisible string that connects different pieces. But like, it's a very abstract concept because environments can be on literally anything. This one's really simple. Right? It's just really, really simple. Completely different than the other one. Like the other one was, and I've got some like, horizontal elements and stuff, diagonals. But like overall, I've got my gesture and I've just got some stuff to look at as you go through the piece. Nathan Fowkes has really good stuff on composition. Nathan Fowkes. Ian Roberts. He's got a good book, and he also has a good YouTube channel. There's a book called Framed Ink. That's a good book. 1 and 2.
1 and 2.
There's 2 books. Creative Illustration by Loomis, who popularized, the Loomis head. This is a better book, by the way, in my opinion. Loomis. This is a fantastic resource. This is like
OG.
One of the best OG books on composing and creating art. What else?
I would say probably the majority of artists learn from that book, and they know the concepts.
Just this book. If there's like one single book that I would recommend, it would probably be this one. It is so good.
He's definitely a very good, well-spoken person. So much goes into drawing. Oh, yeah.
Getting better at rendering. So bad when I'm smudging. If you're smudging and the rendering looks bad, it's because you're destroying your shapes, right? Like if you want to render something, you have to keep the integrity of your shapes, right? If you're rendering a sphere and you want to render a sphere and you're smudging it and it doesn't look good when you're done smudging it, it's because you're like messing up the balance between the shapes. So if you turn this black and white, this no longer has what makes a sphere look like a sphere. And so when you have like muddy values or muddy colors, what it really is it's a disruption of shapes. So it kind of goes back to, I don't want to do that. It kind of goes back to the whole, let me do this. I draw this literally all the time, right? This is the thing that I am known for drawing. I draw this. No matter how I render this, it will never be a cube, right? No matter what color I make any of this, it will never be a cube. I can make everything the same value. I can make this completely black and this completely white. I can make this red. It doesn't matter. It will always be a sphere because the shapes tell you it is a sphere. So if you're rendering, your values are starting to describe something other than what you want, essentially. Right? You could go in here and you could render it. You could be like, okay, ambient occlusion, drop shadow, darker, core shadow, darker. Rendering is overrated. Oh, you get the bounce light. Oh, you get whatever. Like, you can render something any way you want. if the shapes are still correct and if you hold like that integrity of the shapes, you can render it any way you want.
Ooh, wait, that's cool.
Like you can do whatever you want with it. And so this doesn't have to be a sphere, right? It could be an arm, it could be a face. If the shapes of the face are wrong, you don't see a face, right? You could just like come in here and just make like a really simple shape that makes like a face or something, right?
Send me that little circle thing. I'm always gonna ask the ones that I think are really cool.
Like as soon as these shapes stop being right. And what defines a shape? Light interacting with the physical world. This shape right here implies light hitting a face from above. If light was hitting the face from below, you would get entirely different shapes. You get entirely different shapes. Right. And so like your shapes drive everything. Without shapes, you can't see anything, right? You don't know what you're looking at if you don't have shapes. And so like rendering, if your rendering is bad, it's all it's really doing is just disrupting the shape. So like let's say I render this bad. You know, where's the circle? Where'd the sphere go? You can even like go, oh, I'm gonna get some of this in there and that in there. No more sphere.
The shapes, the form's been disrupted.
It's been disrupted.
But if you don't make those marks.
Yeah. The only thing that really matters is that I keep the integrity of what your brain recognizes as the correct shapes.
Mm-hmm. Send that to me. Well, that's cool.
You know, I've disrupted it a bit.
But you can still kind of tell that it's a sphere. It's just hard to see.
Yeah. And this is like the demo that we do almost every stream, which is funny.
Ooh.
This demo. This demo. This demo.
Oh, it's so cool.
Here's a demo on color, like what shadow colors to choose. That came from like this still life, talking about this.
Oh, I love that one too.
And this one here, y'all.
So good.
And colors don't actually matter as long as there's some kind of logic and the shapes are right. Like
the structure.
Like I'm dead serious about that. Like I will die on that hill. Colors do not matter. As long as the shapes are right, you can still recognize it. You can put any crazy filter you want on a face. You still will be able to tell it's a face until the shapes get disrupted. I'm not going to say it. I'm not saying it's going to look good. And if you have some sort of a logic behind it, it will generally look good. What's up?
I'll just take a screenshot of it, so you don't have to.
Well, I can take it if you want. You want me to like undo the?
No, just had it what you had before.
What about this?
I actually quite like the darker gray a little bit.
So like that. That's what I had.
Yeah, that. I want to make a piece with that color
with
scheme.
This color scheme.
Yeah, it's sick. It's like, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what is that book? Like The Man Who Mistook His Wife for a Hat or something like that? It's basically about, I think, a guy that couldn't recognize shapes anymore. And so, like, he couldn't differentiate objects based on their shapes.
Oh my.
And so he would confuse things like a circle for a square. And it's like, that is how your brain recognizes objects. I never read the book. I could be wrong about it, but I definitely heard something that was like that sort of thing. And it's absolutely true. Like, shapes is how we see the world. We see the world through shapes. And as long as the shape is right, I learned that actually from a Craig Mullins class. Craig Mullins taught a class that I went through, and he just went on and on and on about shapes. And I didn't realize at the time, like, how big of a deal that was. I'm just like, you're right. You can't make a circle any color and it become a square. It's like duh. It's like, well, then why do we draw like we can? Like, why do we draw like the rendering or the color of the face actually matters when we recognize it as a face because of the shapes, not the color or the value? You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like, shape is how you recognize things. You cannot make a wrong shape a different color and it gets fixed. You'd have to fix the shape.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's like, you know, we're all kind of like drawing as if
it's
shapes,
the rendering that matters.
Yeah, as if it's the rendering that matters. And it's not that rendering doesn't matter at all. It's just rendering is really just, you know, fancy shapes or something. So it really does go back to that pyramid of the hierarchy, which is shape, which is literally how we recognize anything, value, and then color. It's like, shapes are important. You can still tell this is a sphere. The value kind of screws it up, but like, this is not a square, right? You're like, yeah, I can kind of tell what this is. Like, it looks like a ball. Looks like a weird ball. It's certainly not a square. It didn't turn it into a face. It didn't turn it into a dog. Value. Color. Color doesn't really matter all that much at all. It's more mood. It's like, how do I feel about this? Make it any color I want. I don't care. Like, don't matter. Because like, as long as the value integrity, right? Like, you can make it black and white. You can make it super saturated. But as soon as, oh, where'd the shape go?
Where'd that go?
You know, where'd the shape go? I've deleted the light side of my sphere. Oh.
Whoa. Oh. Okay. That's cool. Purple and green, though.
Any color. If I go here, I'm starting to mess with the value structure again. So if I press OK and do that, oh yeah, that's why it looks weird, is because the values are starting to get weird. Now the values are right. So the colors are like more of, and like, as long as there's some kind of logic to the color, like, okay, the lit side is kind of like a bluish gray, and the shadowed side is this really saturated red. My brain goes, I get it. I get it. And that's why it really just doesn't matter that much. Mm-hmm. Your brain gets it. Like, you could put on yellow glasses and the whole world turns yellow and you can still see stuff. You can still drive. You can drive. You know, you could do archery. You could play video games. You could put on red glasses. You could play video games. Probably won't be able to see other players that stand out with color that much, but you could put on green glasses. It doesn't change stuff, but like, imagine if you put on glasses that like inverted the values of things.
That'd be trippy.
It would be hard, but you'd still be able to see stuff, right? Like thermal vision, you're just like, I see that shape, that's a person. Like news helicopter stuff where they like go to like thermal vision and look at like runaway people, like people who are like running away from the cops or whatever. You're just like, oh, there they are in the bush, that's a person. It's because the shape is a person. But like, if you wear like glasses or like, you know, like, what is that, like, there's like those funny glasses that distort everything, like you run into walls, you can't see shapes anymore.
Like when you're doing a test for like alcohol or something in your system, or drugs in your system or something.
Yeah, if you wear like just glasses that disrupt the shapes of things, that's when you're running into walls. Any other glasses, like, you don't.
Yeah.
And it like it's like so obvious, right? Like, yeah, like obviously I wouldn't be able to see. But then when we start and like learning how to draw, all of a sudden we like put shapes as the lowest priority. It's like, you know what's really important though? Color.
I just can't get the color.
I just can't get that color right. Oh, look at that.
Ooh.
Still looks like a sphere. Dang, I just can't get that color. It's kind of cute.
Oh, that's cute. Ooh, nice Master Magic. That's fun.
But I don't really want that to be green. I want to go back to my nice blue.
Cool blue.
I shouldn't be using this many layers here. What is this? Oh, that was like a little drawing layer. Don't need that. Merge. 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 I kind of like that purple in there. That's kind of cool.
Oh, the purple. Okay.
Yeah, it's sick. What the heck? Why am I all the way down there?
I want to learn how to draw. That's good. The first thing to start is just pick up a pencil and start drawing.
Try stuff.
Just try stuff. No need to be scared.
Try stuff and have fun.
Yep. I think it's the best time to have fun as a beginner.
Yeah.
Because that's kind of like your what's it called? Formatory years? What are those called?
I don't know. Years that establish like how you feel about something.
Yeah, exactly. I forgot what that term is called. But basically, if you have fun now and just learn to not think about, oh, I need this to be perfect, like I think that's a very healthy way to start. So just start, focus on having fun, and that passion will take you there. Passion will aid you for a long time.
Yeah. Formative year.
Formative years, yeah, that's
what did we say? Formatory.
Formatory,
nice.
Yeah. That's almost there, but it wasn't quite there. The only reason why I was able to continue doing art was because I enjoyed art when I was young, and I try to maintain that same energy, or I try to kind of remember back to how fun it was, and so that helps me with continuing to draw.
So you can see I went back into this tree.
Ooh.
And I made it a lot more interesting.
You sure did.
And what is that? What have we been talking about? Shapes. Right?
Shapes.
I changed the shape of the tree, and I just decided to give it a little bit more personality because to me this tree just wasn't that interesting. It just wasn't really interesting to me, so I decided to just go back and change it. You know, now the new piece doesn't have nearly as many layers as the old piece does, so like, you know, that's the thing that I would go in and work on now. Like the new piece is not as finished as the old piece. I would go in here and add all kinds of crap in the background. Push these into the background. Parallax, objects going in front of each other. So we're going to have this tree overlap trees and empty space in the air. That's really important to environments, by the way. Like really important. Objects in front of other objects intersecting multiple things in the background. That's like a really, really big part of environments. We could even put like a branch here, bro. Like,
oh, I like that.
I probably wouldn't, but
what program is that? This is Photoshop.
yeah, I'm just painting in Photoshop.
First time I learned fundamentals, it nearly killed my passion for art. That can happen when you have a bad mindset when you're learning the fundamentals.
Yeah.
I think when you're doing it alone and you also really pressure yourself when you're learning fundamentals, that can really just like nuke.
That's
nuke
the
it.
hard part, you know.
I would say learning fundamentals was only fun when I had friends that was learning fundamentals with me.
Yeah.
Unless you're like super obsessed like Kevin Romero is, you know, then the fundamentals is fun.
Yeah. He's a special exception to certain things. Like he's a hard worker. Like some people just have a really hard or fun time just pushing themselves like crazy.
Mm-hmm. But I think it's also because he feels that dream so passionately.
Yeah.
That's just what's getting him through, you know? So, like, also understanding your why. Like, you're learning fundamentals for a reason, right? So, like, for me, when I was learning the figure drawing and getting better at, trying to get better at muscles and all that stuff, like, I had to think in my brain, like, if I know how to do this, I will be able to draw my characters, like, way better. I'll be able to be more confident with drawing my own illustrations. And I also try to make that a reality by making sure that every practice led to some form of illustration that helped me grow. So that's what I tried to do to make it more fun. Because it's not just a bunch of vegetables, right? It's very easy for learning the fundamentals to turn into just a bunch of raw vegetables.
Vegetable simulator.
Yeah, exactly. And that is because we believe, and I personally think it's because of the education system these days, is like
Learning
sucks. You know, like everybody's like, I hate learning, and I'm the same way too. Like I don't want to read, I don't want to study. People, the school system has basically made it so that learning, which is a very human thing to do, kids learn.
Yeah, bro, our brains are sponges.
They literally cooked it. They burnt it to a crisp, to the point where learning doesn't feel fun anymore.
For a lot of people. Some people
do
really, really well in the school system, but a lot of people don't.
Exactly. So yeah, I mean, there's partially to blame for that. But then like the other part is like trying to learn how to break out of that, which I'm still trying to learn how to do.
Let's give this more personality. So I kind of want like
personality.
Yeah.
So like I think when people come in with the mindset of learning new things, but with the expectation of trying to be perfect, that's kind of like the test taking mindset.
Yeah. Oh no, I got something wrong.
Oh no, I
failed the test. Mom's gonna kill me.
Yeah. But like, it's not true. And you have to like break it, which is very difficult, but it can be done. This is Photoshop.
There.
Actually, you already asked that question. So yeah.
We'll do something kind of cheeky. And you see, like, everything I'm doing, I'm literally just going back in and messing with shapes. Like, that's all I'm doing is I'm, like, refining and correcting shapes and then values that are not quite working out right.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
So, like, I find this shape a lot more interesting. Like,
yeah.
Many times more interesting. So we've got, like, this S-curve, and then we've got this kind of scooping back up and throwing us back over here. I think that works a lot better. And what I could do is I could even kind of take that idea and throw it into this tree here as well. Let's do it. Let's take this tree and let's actually bring it over and let's curve it back in. So I'm like, take this buddy, paint it out because I merged all my layers. So if you want to be effective, use layers. If you want to be ineffective,
don't use layers.
Do what I did and don't use any, or use them but merge them because I'm like, ew,
too lazy.
Layers.
Ew.
I feel like layers are kind of like a two-sided sword, right? They can be they can help you, but they can also stifle you because you like feel like you need them. Like, oh no, I need to save this. What if I need to go back to it?
Yeah.
But then it's like if I do want to make big changes, now I'm dealing with a bunch of layers and it's stifling, like, so.
Claustrophobic.
If my strategy, very claustrophobic. A lot of the time is to paint things with kind of minimal layers and then go and separate stuff once I'm kind of ready to commit. And then I'll go in here and go through the tedious process of separating everything out. But if it's personal work, I don't have to. If it's client work, I'd probably have to. Uh-oh.
What?
Look at this.
Oh.
My bad.
You put on a different layer.
Good thing I have a layer. I left my S-curve there. Okay. Let's come in here. I feel like this should be a little bit lighter. Let's push this back. Push this shape. Okay, so we've painted that tree out. Let's make a new layer. And now I'm looking at, like, what do you think? So I'm looking at this curve, and I'm looking at this curve, and I'm thinking of doing
Heck yeah.
maybe something, like, I want, like, kind of a opposing curve, but not like a mirrored curve. So
What
I'm
if you,
I'm
like,
thinking
rotated the canvas?
Rotated?
Like
flipped?
it upside down and to see like a curve, like a better curve. Like what kind of other curve would you want to oppose it with?
Maybe like that.
Ooh, okay. Like that spiral.
Maybe something like that. Like this is that armature, by the way. And then this one we could probably pull over like that. I just want to sort of create like a flow, a unification between everything.
6. I don't know.
6, 7. Okay, we'll do that. So here's my new layer. What was I? Maybe like that. I don't really know.
Downside of working super small and then blowing it up when you like it is that
Yup.
everything kind of becomes cooked.
You cook it.
Yeah, I mean it's not super cooked. I can just like refine the edges, but like, ugh.
I feel like that kind of. I don't want it to be like super on the nose though. Maybe I'll just like tips on trees with perspective. I like to really grow things out. Trees with perspective. I'll almost always start with flat shapes, right? Because like the shapes are the most important thing to anything. And then I'll think about the volume. And I think about it kind of like real limbs as well, right? It's like, is it coming towards me? Is it going away from me? And then once I have my basic volumes, I could go in here and go, again, assuming the tree actually does this, like the type of tree. Maybe this comes towards us, towards us, towards us.
Oh.
I literally do it the same way I do a figure drawing.
That looks like a quad.
I do 2D, 3D, complex. That's exactly how I did this tree. I still have my layer here. This is what I drew over top of the tree in order to figure out the form, because I needed a framework to place this like dappled light on, and the bounce light needed some logic and stuff, so I just kind of went in here. But that was after I made a curve I liked. Like this whole curve right here, I spent a long time finessing this into something I was okay with. And then after I had that curve, you can kind of break it up. This is exactly how Christina draws hair, by the way. Like she's always teaching hair drawing. She's like, I'm going to make a curve that I like, and then I'm going to add dimension to that curve and break it up. That's how I would do trees. But then these ones back here, like, don't really care as much. It's not like a primary tree or anything. So instead of starting with construction, you focus on getting good flow and shapes first and use construction to double check the work. Yeah. That's pretty much how most people work, unless they're good, like really good. You know, exposing myself as a not really good artist. I'm not. Some people can work on multiple things at the same time, but I can't. And so I like to make sure my shapes are working, because again, why build the top of the pyramid if the bottom of the pyramid is not solid? Where is that pyramid at? Where are you? Somewhere.
Somewhere. I think it's, I don't know.
I don't know where it is, but anyways,
the
art pyramid.
There it is, up there.
Oh my gosh, it was here all along. Right?
I was like, it has
why, like the large shapes, right? And then you can have like the large shapes and then like the big, medium, and small. So you could even go like big, medium, small as different stages of the first platform. Or like gesture, you know, form, and then like small shapes. I don't know. But if I don't like the shape, no amount of form modeling is going to save it.
Mm-hmm.
You have like outside silhouette shapes, which are really important, you know, like this kind of stuff. And then you've got like inside form shapes, which are also quite important. And so, yeah, I'm like working on that. But you can see there's a very large difference between what I had in the past, what I have now. I changed the mood. I wanted the forest to be a little bit more dense, not feel like it's just kind of a super clear shot to the sky. I wanted it to feel like you were almost in like a cave. So I darkened the sky and made it a lot more cavernous. And like this tree just like right here to me felt super boring. I spent way too long working on the texture and not nearly long enough modeling the form. And I feel like my whole flow here just kind of, I wanted to rework it. I wanted to rework my entire flow. So I spent a lot more time thinking about how the shapes work together with each other. We got this, boom, this S curve. We can actually see the deer now. We got this shape throwing you back over here. We got these shapes pulling you back over here. We got foreground, you know, mid-ground, background now. I've solidified my mid-ground a little bit more. Solidified my mid-ground quite a bit more. This, by the way, is like the kind of stuff that I talk about in mentorships with students. I'm really focused on like helping students get to the next level.
Mm-hmm.
Right? This doesn't really matter that much in here. We can just put crap in there. Like these are kind of secondary things. I can focus on just like kind of connecting bushes and stuff to each other for, you know, like there. There, just to give a little bit of information, but not a lot. Like I'm keeping this really carefully value grouped because I don't want this to pull attention. If I started coming in here and modeling this and being like, ooh, like I wouldn't want that to pull so much attention away. If I did anything, it would be like, maybe just a couple hits of light, not disrupting my values, but it works.
Something that helped me a lot was realizing that I didn't need to detail everything.
Yeah.
Like, oh, there's hair. It's okay to make a big chunk of the hair simple.
No.
What?
No.
I can't, but it's hair. I have to detail.
Life is detail.
And then you see like the best painters just literally put hair as a blob and call it a day.
And you're just like, holy crap, that looks so good. What the heck?
I'm like,
What the heck? I want to do that.
And then the simple strokes now become very satisfying to see.
No. I could try this. Like, just kind of go, what would I do? What would we do if we just kind of had... Yeah, kind of works. This is a wonk central down here.
Wonk central.
What was that? YouTube, are you okay? Are y'all still there? I can't actually see how many people are watching because for some reason our OBS logged us out of our YouTube account. So if y'all are on YouTube and you're still watching, give us a shout out.
37 watching.
Nice. And I would just can make a new layer and erase. Nice crisp edge. Look at that. Look at this nice difference here. Ugly. Nice. If you want a closer look. Ooh, yucky transition, better transition.
Clean.
Just with one layer, right? One little layer like that. I just painted in and erased out. That one's okay. This one down here, yuck. This is like brush economy stuff, right? There's a lot of crap to clean up in here because I'm the Lord of Chaos painting. This would probably be easier just to entirely repaint if I even would. Yuck. But this stuff is easy to fix. It's just finessing nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
Hoi, nice. Anyways, this is way better now. My gosh, bro. I so don't feel like finishing it, though. I get to this point and I stop. That's every single artwork I ever make. I find lots and lots of detail, painting for hours and hours and hours. Very boring. I kind of just bring it to this stage and leave it most of the time.
Same. Maybe it's a bad habit.
Bad habit. Isn't that a song?
Is it?
Ooh. Here, y'all can see what Christina's up to. Hers is way cuter.
Because it's a girl. That's what I have so far. I finally blew it up. I actually like the colors a lot more on this one.
I'm gonna tinkle.
Do it. And I'm gonna...
How long does it take to make a lasagna, bro?
A few hours, I think.
Crap.
Yeah.
Should we like literally just do like an emergency store run? I've been craving lasagna like crazy.
You have. I mean,
stop streaming and go to the store and get
if you're willing to basically eat until potentially like late at night.
I'm willing to wait. Well, we did have meal prep not super long ago.
Yeah.
Sure, let's do it.
All right. Well, I was gonna like fix my highlights because I was inspired by this artist right here. I think it's Hisashiburi. I like the way they do their highlights. It's very like, I don't know. That's the only way I can describe it. So I was trying to do it, but my original highlights look like this, which also can work. But you know, I actually do like this portrait. It's actually super cute. I don't normally work with this kind of color palette very much. But after doing all those color demos the other day, my confidence went up. You know, there'll be times where I'll be drawing something on stream and then I'll be like, oh, I didn't know I could do that. And then it raises my confidence a lot and then I start doing a bunch of illustrations. Like, I think the first time I started getting like a large like confidence boost was around here. I did this and I was like, oh, somehow I can do that. And then I was like, oh, I gotta make a whole series. So then I did this one. And then I did more and more and more. I said the first time I started getting like a really big confidence boost was when I did this.
That one?
That was like the very first.
Ooh,
like
pretty.
I was like, oh, I can do something like that. And then now it's like, you know, long time later, you know, you kind of start I'm kind of hitting a new wave with just stuff like this. But yeah, fun.
I didn't see that.
Hmm.
So instead of okay, and use construction to double check the work. Yeah, I mean just use construction to. I guess check it. Like just you can do a really quick construction layer over top to check. What would be the best tip for working with colors you plan to somewhat harmonize? Just having the colors relate to each other in some way, like one color mixing into another a bit.
Yeah,
You can use any colors in an image you want. Just they need to relate with each other in some way generally for the brain to believe it.
Mm-hmm.
If you want people to believe your colors and like them, they've got to like relate with each other.
Yeah, they got to be like associated with each other. Like this yellow, I put a little bit of this yellow throughout, the image. Like, oh, in these highlights throughout. I added a bit of this pink. I literally blended the pink with the yellow to create this shadow, and that makes it like blend in with the background. I took this color and literally like chucked it over the yellow that was originally very saturated like this, and it created that color. And so having your colors interact really makes it helpful. Like here, I can take this opportunity, take this background, and literally just pull a little slight gradient on the hair.
Yeah, but I think plenty of that hair has got enough in it.
Oh yeah, exactly. I already added it like way before. Like here, you can see that I did that, but I was just adding more as an example. I don't need to do that anymore.
Yeah, but like you can see Christina's colors are very harmonized because like they all relate to each other in different ways. You believe it. It's cute.
Thank you.
We actually are streaming on YouTube right now. So everything from this stream has been recorded, all 4 hours of it. However, I've got some bad news. Christina drew this on the side while I worked on this, so you actually don't see most of the process of hers, but so you see most of the process of this changing into this. But we have lots of streams in the past where Christina does full anime demos, like literally just like she did pretty much every single one of these live.
Yeah, I did this one live.
She did that one.
I did these live.
She did all those live.
This one I did live.
That was from yesterday's stream.
Yep.
And we talked a lot about color and process.
I kind of did this one live as well.
Yeah. The word of the week is shape. Everybody get out your bingo cards and put a token on shape.
Yep.
But yeah, we're on YouTube. Same name, Draw Anime Academy. You can check that out. Applejack. Little baby Applejack. Look at him. So silly.
He's so cute.
Oh, his cute little foot.
So cute. Love it when he stretches his foot like cutest thing. Applejack is a shape. Yes.
He is exactly, yes, he is very much a shape.
Do you post your process anywhere for those of us who missed the whole thing?
That's what I was just talking about.
I mean, I post like.
That's the whole question I just answered.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Oh yeah.
This
is also posted on our Discord server.
Yeah.
Just this. Every single time there's a stream, this gets recorded.
Yeah.
But you can see it's literally microscopic.
It is microscopic, but I mean the process is there.
Did you res it up later?
Yeah, res it up later. Because I was like, I didn't know if I wanted to res it up.
There it is.
And now I'm resing it up and cleaning it up and stuff. So yes, technically kind of is there.
Learning this stuff by sheer force of will in my late 20s. Well, I got good news for you because late 20s is super young. Yeah. My brother started learning art in his like 26 or 27 years old. He's a professional now. He's working as an artist. He's been working for years. I know people in their 30s who had never done any art before. And They're really good. They've been pros for a long time now. I met them, you know. You got huge advantages being in your late 20s, you know, a lot more exposure to the world. In my experience, when people get into art later, they actually have a very high chance of success because, you know, you've been around the block. People people have more resources, more life experience, more people who are older tend to get a little bit like less discouraged because they're a little bit more familiar with like the real world.
They know what they're getting into.
Yeah. Young people have more energy. Maybe their brains are more malleable, but older people have experience. It's not like better or worse. It's just people tend to think, oh, I'm starting late. It's like, you're literally not. Like, you know, if you're whatever, 28, 29, and you're 29 and someone else is 9 and you get started at the same time, like you're still getting started at the same time, right? So by the time they're 18 or they're 19 and you're 39, you probably actually have more experience than they do, right? Because it's like,
you know what to go, you know what to do.
Yeah.
You have a better idea. You can actually talk to people.
And so it's not a race as well. Like, it's not a race. Yeah. It's not a competition. It just, like, you're literally better off just, like, completely ignoring any concept of early, late. It's all, like, ego stuff. Just draw and have fun and practice.
Mm-hmm.
Like, literally, just draw and have fun and practice. You could get started at any age. It so doesn't matter.
Art is one of those easy the skills that are like really, it's very really likely for people to like want to flex on. How do I say it?
Compare themselves to others.
Yeah, like that.
Like,
it's one of those.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
It's one of those skills.
I'm sure it happens in the music industry and everything as well.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like there's this idea that like, oh no, I didn't get started when I was 13. I'm never gonna make it. It's like,
but you wouldn't say that to like someone who wants to be an electrician.
Bro, 10 years is 10 years. Like 10 years when you're 14 to 24 or 24 to 34 or 34 to 44. 10 years is 10 years. 10 years is 10 years. Heck, 34 to 44. You've got 34 years of life experience that you can pull on when you're learning a new skill now.
You can actually talk to mentors.
Yeah.
Find your own teachers. You can't do that when you're a kid. Like, when you're a kid, like, people don't really take you that seriously.
Yeah. Like, everybody has advantages.
Yeah.
The advantages may just be different.
Yeah, I like that.
Okay. Only ever done it digitally. Does that suffice, or do I have to start traditional? Either or.
Either or.
It doesn't matter. I mean, a square is a square. Mm-hmm. A circle is a circle, whether it's on a screen or a piece of paper. I really do recommend, you know, doing some traditional painting and drawing and stuff because it's fun and you learn a lot from it. The color wheel is very intimidating in a digital art program because you have every single color in the universe available. Not universe, but like
at your disposal. Like just a lot of colors. And you're like, I don't know which one to choose. Okay. I'm ready to go whenever.
Okay.
I know that you want to.
Wait, I want to draw like this. Does this count as anime though? I don't know. You know, just start drawing.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what label is put on it.
Yeah.
If you want to draw like this, just draw like this.
Mm-hmm. Like.
I would probably consider this within like an anime-ish style.
Yeah, it's an anime-ish style.
But like, you know, you could call it hyper-realism. Like, it doesn't matter what you call it. Just draw.
Yeah.
Just try stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I love her stare. Yeah, it's kind of fun.
And I use this as a base. I use that as like a little study.
Well, a reference.
Kind of like a reference. Yeah, exactly.
You didn't draw over it at all, but
no,
like she just kind of, interesting.
Yeah. I feel like I probably made the head too big, but it's whatever. It still checks out.
What's this art style called? It's not called
It's not called
anything.
anything.
It is called, she's using a very high chroma palette with, you know, kind of crazy colors, and she's using a very limited value range. That's it.
Yes, that's it. I have decided I am gonna go very saturated, kind of low contrast, because if you like,
Yeah.
if I turn this to black and white,
Pretty mid-tone.
it's pretty
like,
mid-tone, yeah.
But because she's going high chroma, her darks have to be blue
Yeah.
and her lights have to be yellow.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, if you made a light blue, you'd have to add a bunch of white to it in order to get it white, and it wouldn't be high chroma anymore.
Yeah. That's interesting. I didn't expect this to actually be like more mid-tone. I actually expected it to be a lot brighter.
How does one go high chroma? It's like high saturation in your
Yeah.
colors.
You just decide.
You just choose colors that are saturated, like, you know, zoop, high chroma.
Mm-hmm.
But just understand, if you're drawing high chroma, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, pink, red. If you're drawing high chroma, colors have different local values. So, like, you know, this is like dark. This is really dark. Blue is dark when it's a very high chroma. So she wouldn't be able to make her highlights a high chroma blue. She made her highlights yellow because yellow is bright, blue is dark. So if you want something to be bright, you either have to take this towards white, which you lose chroma, or go to a color that's bright. So just understand, like, if you're drawing and if you're painting with like a really high chroma palette, your colors are going to drive a lot of your values.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you know, you can lighten a dark color by adding white, or you can darken a light color. Like if you wanted to choose yellow and make it dark, you would have to bring it towards black. You'd have to add black, which would make it brown, not yellow anymore. So like Christina's painting and going, my colors are driving my value decisions.
Mm-hmm.
And therefore, her darks are bluer.
Yep.
And her lights are yellower.
Mm-hmm.
And then her skin is like, she's added white.
Yeah.
What is that color anyways exactly?
It's actually very pink.
Like a very pink.
Like this is the full saturation of that color. It's very pink against the white. But like against this pink background, it's not it reads as a different color.
Is this a color theory lesson, or am I confused?
It
It is part of color theory.
part
Yeah.
of color theory, yeah.
for
I
sure.
mean, I teach a similar concept like this in here. This is a similar concept right there.
Yeah. From our last stream.
Yeah.
But like that knowledge, using that knowledge will dictate this style.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you break that like kind of rule that she set out, you can break it. It doesn't matter. It just wouldn't be that style anymore.
Right.
So it's not called anything. It's just, like a high chroma.
It's just very saturated, very pink,
Yeah.
purple, yellow. And not only that, but like notice I didn't use any greens.
Yeah.
Like I just maintained my color as pink. Anything within the pink, anything within this purple, and
awesome.
anything within the blue with
Pearl the Nephilim.
whoa. That's fun.
That's fun.
And a bit of yellow. That's my color palette.
Thanks. Just whitelisted both books for Christmas. Awesome.
Oh, thanks. You popped up on FYP, so I got curious. Nice. Well, you came to the right place, I think.
Yeah. So Christina is painting with this palette,
Yeah.
and she's just keeping it locked to that.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And the colors actually look very different, like in person than on stream. Like on stream, it's very, very like, I don't know, like kind of low contrast. And here, it's much more higher contrast.
Yeah, the stream has kind of nerfed the contrast.
Mm-hmm.
It is higher contrast in person.
Yeah.
Because this is a camera, right? The camera's just looking at the screen, at the iPad, and so the colors aren't really that accurate.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't matter that
It
much
don't matter because you can still see it.
because the shapes are right.
Yep.
remember what we were saying earlier? If the shapes are right, the colors don't really matter that much. It looks a little bit washed out, but it doesn't look like a horse. You know?
Yep.
I've been told I have to have less colors for my persona, but I found a balance for her.
Oh, that's good. I feel like make as many colors as you want. This is your character after all.
Yeah, whatever you want it to be. We're gonna make lasagna tonight.
Yeah.
Lasagna. Can I get a lasagna? Lasagna. I would love to have some lasagna tonight. Oh.
Let's hope I can make it good.
I know, or else we're cooked.
Yeah.
It's gonna be like midnight, and we're gonna be like, bleh, bleh.
Don't jinx it.
Nah, you're good cook.
Is a band-aid over the nose common in anime? Oh yeah. I'm not trying to make the most like unique character ever in the world. This is totally common. In fact, I put the band-aid here because I want to show the form of the nose. That's what I did it for. But yeah.
I want to make some lasagna too. Then burgers. What about a lasagna burger? Okay.
That'd be a lot of crazy stuff, huh?
What would create a more neon effect?
When you compare it with something else.
Yeah, neon.
Like, for instance.
What makes a neon effect?
Where the heck is it?
Chat. All right, we'll make a neon effect really quick and then go. So you can
Okay.
show that one if you want, yeah.
What I did here.
She's very, honestly, pretty bright.
Yeah.
Yeah, that works. Let's make a neon effect.
I think it's probably better if you show it.
Let's make a neon effect. Start with dark. Oops. Start with dark shape. Boop. Then add bright shape. Hold up. I'm just going to make a new layer. Right? Now, I'm just going to duplicate this layer, and I'm just going to go filter, blur, Gaussian blur. And then maybe I just bring this up in value just like a little bit. There. That could work as like a neon shape or a neon light.
Oh, wow.
It's just an effect.
Outer glow?
You could do it with outer glow as well. Right? And then, of course, people will believe it. Actually, yeah, let's just do an outer glow, bruh. Let's like lighten it a little bit. And then let's just go FX, outer glow. You can do it in any way. You could do it manually. Okay.
I actually think the inside should be brighter than the outside, wouldn't it?
Yeah, for sure. It'd be like that.
Yeah,
and then we want the size. Get out of here. We want the size. You know, you could do something like that. We could take this. What? Oh.
Okay, yep. There we go. Whoa, it's like drawing with neon. Well, now you don't have to, I don't know, do all that. You could just create a nice effect and then just draw with it. There's your neon effect.
You know, you could do something like that. The outer glow is a little intense. Could be more like that. But it's a lot of it is very contextual as well. Like, you recognize it as neon when you see other things that make it feel neon. Anyways. What a stream.
Yeah.
What a stream. Maybe I'll work on this more later.
Yeah. Don't forget, our anime art school is... Okay, hold up.
25% off.
So, if you want to draw and create a cool style of your own and make your own story with that cool style, you need to learn the fundamentals.
Fundamentals.
And we have a program for you right here. So...
Yeah, so if you're interested in learning the fundamentals of art, you can go check it out, drawanime.com. That is the website. 25% off for Black Friday off of Anime Art School.
Friday 25.
So, yeah, awesome. we'll see you all later.
Yep.
What is it? Saturday today?
Yes, it is Saturday.
That's fun. Oh, all right. Good night.
Good night, chat.
Lasagna. Applejack, you want some of the kitty lasagna?
He's gonna be Garfield.
Yeah,
He'll turn
Garfield.
orange.
That's great. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Thanks for hanging out. See you.
See ya.
Good night. Good night, Sam. Good night, Dahlia. Good night, Light. Good night, Pearl. Bye-bye.
Bye.
And bye-bye, YouTube.
Bye, YouTube.